Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this event, which is going to have at its core a presentation of the study on how investment opportunities in Moldova and Ukraine can contribute to future Ukraine's reconstruction and current Ukraine's recovery. And thanks so much for being with us here today. Especially thank you to the Ukrainian colleagues who have made an effort to come to Chisinau and to participate in this conversation. And for us at AmCham Moldova, of course, together with our partners in this exercise, the Invest Moldova Agency, UMAF, and UNFPA, this is much more than just a presentation of the report. It's rather a platform to structure a conversation which started quite a while ago, but I personally felt like the need of structure when I was listening to Madam President Sandu last summer in Rome, delivering a speech at the URC, and even more confirmed Mr. Deputy Prime Minister a couple of weeks ago in Washington, D.C., in which every meeting we had was also having Ukraine reconstruction on its agenda. So it was kind of the need for that structuring was pretty much in the air. And this is the opportunity for us. What we have today, what we started a few months ago as an initial discussion, this is what we are coming as a next step. Of course, Ukraine reconstruction will be done in Ukraine, but the surrounding region has a very important role of enabler for that. And Moldova can have a great opportunity both to help its neighbor to become and be more resilient and recover, but also to have its own opportunity in terms of economic development and investment. This is why we are trying to have this intermediary, I'd say, result of what we'll hear today during the report. We'll have a few iterations of discussions around the industries which are relevant for the scope of this conversation. We will see how we can finance those investment opportunities in the panel we'll have later today. We'll hear from the authorities, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister. We'll hear from the Deputy Minister of Economy later in the morning, connecting online from Ukraine. But this is just another intermediary point to me. My goal is to have this point something we'll build on in future very detailed and very punctual discussions on the specific opportunities. Later this month in Brussels, or in June in Gdańsk at the URC, we want to make this conversation more and more relevant so that in a few months we will have specific results to talk about. And with this being said, I'm glad to open this event today and to offer the floor to Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Economic Development and Digitalization. That's a long title. Please welcome Mr. Razmukhets.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for coming today. And I would start by thanking those that are being listed here on the slides who made it possible. And it's something also closer to my heart since while being in Kyiv, based in Kyiv, I've worked with people from the Kyiv School of Economics. We're the same team and we're delivering reforms for Ukraine. So now it's time to help Ukraine and assist Ukraine in rebuilding itself. Not speaking out of theory of what I have written after the first Russian invasion back in 2014, while being with the World Bank Group, who have done an assessment of the liberated territories in the east of Ukraine. And the amounts were significant. Now we speak about incredible amounts. And it's not only about funds that we need, but we need also people, expertise, experience, knowledge sharing. And even, as I always say, and others are saying, Moldova being a small country with a big heart, we're also ready to shoulder all the efforts of the international partners and Ukraine itself to rebuild it. And I hope rather sooner than later. The last events around Ukraine and around Moldova, my personal opinion, were targeted directly towards us. The Dnistru river pollution, then the blackouts, the possible blackouts that we have avoided, all of us together, after hitting the electricity lines, the high voltage pillars on the Ukrainian soil, Moldovan property, is nothing else than a direct aggression towards the Moldovan people as well, and the Moldovan country as well. We have to understand that. We have to understand also that it will be a titanic work ahead of us after the war stops. And as I was saying, I hope rather sooner than later. So, that being said, you've heard us not once saying about a different vision we have within the government, how we can position ourselves as a country and as a hub. ICT, logistics, industry, transport, to rebuild Ukraine. Just think about a couple of figures that we've discussed while in DC, for instance, together with Alex. 2 days ago, while in Bucharest, with our Romanian brothers, because we want to unite more in terms of assisting Ukraine. And also building what we need to build back home in Moldova, but also growing Moldova. Think about one thing. Moldova has 3 connections, railway with Ukraine. Romania has only 1. So the logic tells us that most of the trade will be through Moldova. And we speak here especially about the eastern part of Ukraine, the western part of Ukraine and southern part of Ukraine, because there will be activities implemented by other partners that Ukraine has, Poland and Slovakia. Last week we discussed it about rebuilding Ukraine while in Bratislava with Madam President. Exactly same discussions. So you see that it's boiling, and we need to do more. So this particular study does show us what needs to be done. Alex says about intermediate results. Yes, because we have to brainstorm a bit and brainwash ourselves what needs to be done and how better position our country in relations with Ukraine going forward. You heard us saying that we want to grow here and then launch activities in Ukraine. So that's something that we are working painstakingly with all our partners from the West that we want to bring to the Republic of Moldova. We have the infrastructure which needs to be grown. Railway, as I was saying, roads, the port of Giurgiulești, for instance, that we can make use of it, both the state-owned and the free international port of Giurgiulești. So think it a little bit bigger than just in our silos as ministries or state agencies or individual partners. Why not think about a fund that we can create here in Moldova? There are a couple of existing funds, European Union, the World Bank Group, but think about a fund here in Moldova, a trust fund, multilateral trust fund, where most of you can participate. Why not? And park it somewhere within the government, for instance, within the Organization for Development of Entrepreneurship. Literally, on Monday, if I'm not mistaken, we've approved the steering committee of a new fund to be launched by IOM here in Moldova, which links diaspora, which links the green agenda. So they're already the first birds that came. It's spring at the end of the day, no? So let's have a fund. Certainly we cannot compete with other bigger trust funds, multilateral trust funds. But that, and here I'm speaking purely from our perspective as a country, we can make use of it here in Moldova, grow in Moldova, and grow together with Ukraine while assisting it in rebuilding it. So think about macro level. Think about actions that we can undertake jointly. And the Gdansk event, I have a proposal for those which are involved in organizing it. And certainly these are American friends, these are Ukrainian friends, these are Romanian brothers. And this is the European Commission, of course, the European Union, etc. Let's have something dedicated to Moldova in assisting Ukraine. And let's something dedicated to this particular study that we can show some of the results in Gdansk at the end of June, so that we position ourselves together with Romania in assisting Ukraine going forward. So that being said, many things ahead of us. Nobody promised that it will be busy or easy. It will be very busy and it will be very difficult. But as always, we stay positive and we stay only all the time on the optimistic side, and we always see the half full glass, and it's more than a half full now, let's put it this way. But again, jointly, and with all the partners, let's do it in a bright way, so that we are sterling shine at the end of the day as a country and as partners around the region in Southeast Europe. Thanks a lot. I wish you successful discussions. I personally went, Alex has shared the report a little bit earlier. I personally went through it. I have a couple of ideas, for instance, the fund. Why not? Because it's not there. We discussed it with Alex this morning. But let's have more flesh on the backbone. This is the way that we can succeed going forward jointly. Thanks a lot. Wishing you successful discussions. And I'll have to excuse myself, but a little bit later I'll have to go, of course, to another event. But those, by the way, sorry, Alex. Those, by the way, are companies which have vision in terms of rebuilding Ukraine. And here's something that just came to my mind. Since there is an event of the beneficiaries of the Organization for Development of Entrepreneurship, I personally visited a Moldovan company which started to build a new facility to build some huge beton pillars that can be used in building warehouses, buildings, anything. So that company has a vision. Around 200 kilometers away from their center, where they're located not far from Chisinau city, they can export, including to Ukraine. So the companies already think differently. And companies, certainly the private sector, is the driving force. We have, as public officials, as partners, as bureaucrats, to think faster as well, and to implement this kind of activities and undertakings to be launched faster than the private sector, or at least at the same speed. And I think we have it. We just need to tackle a bit our internal bureaucracy, all of us. And I'm speaking about own experience in the World Bank Group, and speaking experience within the government, but we can do it. We can do it. Thanks. I'm sorry for taking long, Alex. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. And what I love about these brainstorms of ours is that they turn into specific actions which unfold, and certainly will reach a result if we have this approach. And since you've mentioned a few institutions which are part of the conversations, potentially like CODA, we cannot go further in exploring the findings of this report without having on board institutions which will take care of bringing the discussion under a single umbrella. And of course, these are institutions which are relevant for the investment attraction in both Ukraine and Moldova. And for that purpose, to unpack that a bit, I will kindly invite Marina Hlestun to the stage to talk about Invest Ukraine mandate and how we can connect the conversation to its mandate.
Hello everyone, dear esteemed members of Moldovan government, business associations, honorable donors, and all, of course, business community. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today in Moldova. It's my second time in the role of working for the government, and the first was about a month ago. I visited my vis-a-vis state institution, Invest Moldova, and we exchanged we had a productive dialogue and exchange on experience, and find a lot of mutual points for further practical cooperation. And today I'm glad to be a part of the reconstruction catalyzing dialogue when we speak about finding some synergy in order to scale up and ensure more rapid reconstruction of Ukraine, but also with it to contribute to the growth of both countries and, of course, strengthening their partnerships in all areas. I personally love the idea of a mutual fund, and it could could be a joint deliverable signed at URC 2026 in Gdansk, just like an idea. So let me a bit introduce Ukraine Invest, since we are speaking here about some systematic structured plan for another maybe 5-year decade. So we need to know each other from the institutional point of view. Ukraine Invest acts as a practical partner for investors and international companies working with Ukraine. We support the full investment process from identifying opportunities and structuring projects to facilitating cooperation and coordination with the government and local partners. Importantly, we also work to connect business across borders, helping build partnerships between Ukraine, Moldovan and international companies in our case. Our goal is to make cooperation more structural, transparent and result-oriented so that we have efficiently and successfully implemented projects in Ukraine or cross-border jointly with Moldova. Ukraine's economy has returned to the growth despite the war, demonstrating strong resilience and primarily to the strengths of people inside Ukraine and people outside Ukraine, and also unprecedented support from all our partner countries. This opens, at the same time, EU integration is progressing rapidly, creating a more predictable and aligned business environment. This opens practical opportunities for cross-border cooperation with regional partners, including Moldova. Ukraine's recovery is focused on key sectors such as energy, agro-industry, transport, manufacturing, and for sure defense. These sectors are highly interconnected with regional markets and create strong potential for cross-border cooperation. For us and Moldova, this means practical opportunities to participate in supply chains, logistic routes, and joint production. Ukraine's reconstruction needs, according to the latest report from the World Bank on needs damage and the reconstruction needs assessment, exceeds 580 billion, creating investment opportunities of over 300 billion across key sectors. It means that that's a great opportunity for private capital and institutional capital jointly be engaged in a number of very important projects. For regional partners, this means access to larger scale projects and the ability to participate in supply chains, infrastructure development and cross-border logistics. Importantly, these opportunities are not limited to domestic investments. Many of them require regional cooperation when it comes to cross-border coordination and joint investment efforts. Investment flows. Ukraine continues to attract investment across a range of sectors, even under current war state conditions. This demonstrates ongoing investor confidence and creates a foundation for further regional cooperation. You can see here the current stock of FDI of 55.6 billion distributed across sectors, and many of them are quite matching to the reconstruction cooperation potential between Ukraine and Moldova. And the distribution is quite diverse over the whole geography of Ukraine. The investment flows from Moldova to Ukraine remain relatively stable over time. This reflects an existing economic connectivity, particularly in such sectors as manufacturing, trade and services. The current level of investment has a big room for to increase the cooperation, and the main point is to have to create the opportunity and to create bankable projects and joint efforts to attract the institutional capital for that and private investors. Ukraine's geographic position makes it a key transit and logistic hub connecting Europe, Asia and Black Sea region. At the same time, integration with the EU transport network and participation in international corridors create new opportunities for regional connectivity. For Moldova, this opens very practical areas of cooperation, particularly in logistics, infrastructure and supply chains. We already see growing alignment of transport routes and economic flows, which can be further developed through joint projects and coordinated investments. Ukraine has developed a structured system to support investments, combining financing, risk mitigation, and governmental incentives. On the financing side, projects are supported by international financial institutions, partner countries, development institutions, and export credit agencies with different types of facilities enabled to support the investment income to Ukraine at every stage of investment projects. At the same time, government provides a range of incentives, including tax benefits, support for industrial parks, infrastructure support, and public-private partnership mechanisms. Together, these instruments create a more secure and structured framework for implementing projects, including cross-border initiatives. Ukraine investment framework, this is something that can be attributable to both countries because it's all related to European Union funds and program to invest in Ukraine and other countries. The Ukraine investment framework is the EU's main instrument to support investment in Ukraine with a total budget of 9.5 billion of blended finance. It means loans, guarantees and grants. Its key role is to reduce risk and mobilize private investment through guarantees and co-financing. In practice, it means that projects can be implemented together with the international financial institutions which are authorized by the European Union. This framework is open to different types of projects, including those involving cross-border cooperation, regional partnerships, and joint ventures. These are main pillars of Ukraine facility, and Pillar 2 is exactly Ukraine investment framework, which I've just spoken about. Financing in Ukraine combines international and domestic instruments, allowing projects of different sizes to access suitable financing. This is just to give a view to understand how it matches to the current universe of financing in Moldova, and in the end, those instruments could be blended. We are seeing the rapid expansion of investment vehicles and funds in Ukraine created to develop some targeted sectors and invest into some targeted important key strategic industries, like for example US Ukraine Reconstruction Fund initiated by the government of Ukraine and the US, which already raised 150 million and announced the first deal recently in defense sector, but they are focused on strategic logistical and mining projects and are very open to co-financing. We are speaking about European Flagship Fund, a very important vehicle announced by the European Commission as a result of work of this Ukraine investment framework, where we have the first loss capital supported by the European Commission, the second layer of institutional capital like IFIs, DFIs, and also attracting private capital. And there is also the administrative fund manager in Ukraine, and they are gathering projects, so it's also an opportunity for joint venture projects to be a part of investment agenda for this fund. Viability gap funding. This is something about public-private partnership, which is the framework which Ukrainian government unlocks and enhances to attract more private capital to reconstruction. And this is something very similar and very common with the agenda of Moldova, because as I know, you're also very focused on PPP projects. Sorry. Maybe I already need to stop. Doesn't want. Here you can see the risk mitigation instruments. When you speak about Ukraine, you can say that there is a war there, but if you think from investor perspective, you always ask yourself whether those risks are managed. And in Ukraine, there is unprecedented backing of risk of war by different solutions, including war risk insurance. And we have currently facilities backed by DFC, by EBRD, by different export credit agencies, by Lloyds, ensuring that every investor project stage can be covered by this or that type of insurance product covering war risk insurance. We speak now about supply and equipment, and it can be saved 45 days and insured in the port of Odessa, for example, and it's insured in case of any damage. We can speak about the foreign direct investments and financial insurance. We can speak about the operational commercial property insurance when you have already built the plant, but you still want to insure it in case of any damage as a result of shelling or etc. Government has recently implemented the compensation, partial compensation for any business operating in Ukraine of insurance premium. So it means if you pay X% or insurance premium per year, government compensates you 30 million or 3 million hryvnias per year from this contract. And if you work in frontier regions and you've had a damage as a result of war, you are entitled to get the 30 million of partial compensation from the government on top of or as a part of your compensation in terms of your insurance package. Where we can see projects in Ukraine, where we can have the overall view on the sectoral distribution of the projects opportunities in private sector. There is investment portal which is available for all publicly, and where we gather on a voluntary basis the existing projects in Ukraine from various businesses, international and Ukrainian. Currently, it has more than 300 projects in 11 sectors worth 60 billion. And you can see the distribution by sectors here. You are more than welcome to visit the website and to see the opportunities, and Ukraine Invest is ready to provide any kind of matchmaking. Here we can see the example of projects. Later, my colleague, when presenting the study, maybe will explain, maybe give some other angle or more detailed angle on a potential cross-border opportunities. But this is something that practically is already on investment portal, and it's very much linked to the cross-border agenda and regional cooperation between Moldova and Ukraine. Here you have the main, like teaser, main investor indicators, allowing to understand what we are talking about, the size of the project, location. In such sectors as energy, transport and logistics, agri-food, all in our points of cross-border cooperation. So thank you very much for your attention and giving this opportunity to introduce Ukraine Invest, and please, our contacts at your disposal.
Thank you so much, Marina, for this very insightful presentation, and thank you for making the effort to arrive at 3 a.m. in the morning from London and to be with us today in the morning. That's quite an effort, appreciate it. Before transiting to Mihai and talking about Invest Moldova, I recalled two elements which are logistics-wise but are relevant, I think. We will have conversations in panels in 3 languages. To make it as meaningful as possible. So it will be Romanian, Ukrainian, and English. Translation is here available, that's one. Secondly, in order to make it as efficient as possible, we will not have coffee breaks. But there is coffee throughout the whole event in the hall, so whoever wants a bit of caffeine to fill it up, please feel free to do that. And with this said, Mihai, could you please join us here?
Madam Minister, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Before starting, I want sincerely to thank marvelous teams of AMCHA Moldova, Invest Moldova, UMAEF, UNFPA for organizing this beautiful event, and also the Kyiv School of Economics for that titanic effort while providing the study on the reconstruction of Ukraine. So the Invest Moldova agency is a public institution under the Prime Minister office responsible for the investment attraction, aftercare, export promotion, country branding, and diplomatic economy on the two sides. So for the foreign diplomatic missions accredited in Chisinau, as well as for our from abroad. So how we may help the reconstruction of Ukraine? It's worth mentioning the strategic geographic location of our country, the still competitive operating costs, digital services in the public sector, attractive tax system while comparing to the neighbors, multilingual population and affordable labor force, and special incentives from the government of the Republic of Moldova. Several key facts about the Republic of Moldova. In 2022, we became the EU candidate member, and in 2024, 2 years later, we began the EU accession negotiations. The population of the Republic of Moldova is 2.4 million, and the active population, which means the workforce, is more than 800,000. We have fresh data regarding the GDP of our country, GDP per capita, average gross monthly salary and gross minimum salary for 2026, which was already approved by the government of the Republic of Moldova. So, why the Republic of Moldova matters in the reconstruction process of Ukraine? Industrial land from 5 to 10 euros square meter, highest gross rental yield in Europe. This one is based on our recent study on real estate market, which we developed and presented at the beginning of this year. 0% on corporate tax on retained earnings, attractive 8% annual yield for logistic projects, up to 75% return on the investments through the state aid, which I will present afterwards. 1.9 billion euros from the growth plan provided by the European Commission, simplified work permits for citizens from 47 countries, and free trade agreements providing access to a vast market with almost 1 billion potential consumers. The structure of the exports of the Republic of Moldova for 2025 shows that we exported goods 3.78 billion. In Ukraine, we exported almost 300 million, and the main products exported or re-exported were petroleum oils, electrical energy, grey spirits, medicaments, and air conditioning. At the same time, it's worth mentioning that according to the structure of the Republic of Moldova's exports, more than 67% goes to the European Union market. What do we import? We import goods for 10.9 billion, which is a great gap for the trade balance, almost 3 times. For 2025, we imported about 10.9 billion dollars goods. The main markets from where we do import is Romania, China, Ukraine, Turkey, and Germany. At the same time, the vast majority of goods imported into the Republic of Moldova are from the European Union, responsible for almost 55%. We are doing better at exporting services. While we have a trade deficit in trading goods, we have a profit in trading services. We have already fresh data for 2025. For last year, we exported services for $3.2 billion and imported 2.1. The total FDI stock as of today in the Republic of Moldova is almost $6.3 billion, and 85% of those are coming from the EU countries. The main interested sectors for the investors are the financial sector, manufacturing, trade, and ICT and energy sector. The FDI from the Ukraine had a different shift in the last years. While we had a great increase in 2022 and 2023, in 2024 there was a decrease of almost 2 times. The net change in FDI stock in the 5 years shows, as what was presented in previous slides, that the main are coming from the European countries, Austria, Bulgaria, United Kingdom, Romania, and Estonia. It's a rhetorical question why investing in the Republic of Moldova, but it is worth mentioning that in October 2025, the Republic of Moldova adopted SEPA, which is electronic money transfer within the European area. According to the National Bank of Moldova, for the first 6 months, there are already reported savings of more than 6 million euros, which means there are already sufficient money to be reinvested. At the same time, it is about saving not only money, but also time for the economic agents. It's worth mentioning the accession to the NCTS. It is a European transit system, a common transit system for European countries, which allows the Moldovan exporter with only one single custom declaration to provide the goods to Paris, to Lisbon, or to London. There is no need of other additional transit declaration or other custom documentation. At the same time, last year was created the International Stock Exchange of Moldova. We do expect the first listings during this year. Now they are in the process of licensing within the National Commission for Financial Markets. At the same time, we are very good at the digitalized public services. There are already over 77% of business public services digitalized. The target of the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization is to have a fully digitalized public services till 2030. In comparison, in Romania, there are only 26% of public services digitalized. Yearly in the Republic of Moldova are about 63,000 students, from which more than 10% are foreign students. We have 16 higher education institutions and 14 centers of excellence, including dual vocation education. Indeed, the Ministry of Education and Research is trying to change the paradigm and to change the students by specialties. You see, traditionally there is economics and law. We want to change to have more specialists from manufacturing and processing, engineering and architecture and construction. The fiscal system is quite investor-friendly in comparison with other countries. We have 12% on corporate income tax, 12% on personal income tax, 6% on dividends, and the general rate for the VAT is 20%. At the same time, we have reduced rate for the VAT. It's for the agriculture products, for energetic sector, and for the pharma. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Moldova, there were set several strategic sectors for investments. Is the Moldova IT Park tax regime, the national program on industrialization, which supports six key industries and opportunities in the critical infrastructure, like renewable energy and hard infrastructure. Regarding the regional state aid scheme, it is available for projects worth more than 10 million leis, or €500,000. It is available for the sectors like automotive, electronics, chemical and pharma, construction materials, agri-food processing, and it works as follows. Depending on the place of your investment, whether it is located in the center of the country, then the eligibility will 50%. If it is located in the north or south, the eligibility of the total amount of the project will be 60%. It works as follows. 25% is the direct cashback to the entrepreneur or grant, and the other 75% are the partial exemption from the income tax for a period of up to 10 years. The total budget of the state aid within the state aid scheme is €100 million, and the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization intends to double during this year the amount. Eligible costs for the state aid scheme is land, non-residential buildings, engineering construction, machinery and equipment, transmission installations, mineral resources and fixed biological assets, as well as intangible assets like licenses and patents, know-how and technology, trademarks and franchises, websites and IT solutions. Eligible activities for the aid scheme shows the electric motors, electronic components, clay building materials, dairy products and animal feed, as well as fabric production and textile finishing, which are well known on the European market. At the same time, it's worth mentioning that during the December, the European Commission has launched the call for expression of interest for strategic investments in the Republic of Moldova for projects higher than 10 million euros. The deadline is 4th of June. On the 4th of June, we intend to have the EU-Moldova Investor Conference here in Chisinau, most probably in the same room as we are today, where we will show the results, we will provide the incentives. The eligible sectors for the expression of interests are the agriculture, health and digital, energy and green transition, infrastructure, IT, digital innovation, and advanced manufacturing industrialization. Yes, thank you. I'm out of time, but I will try in brief to describe those strategic sectors which would be of interest in the potential and future reconstruction of Ukraine. Is the construction materials industry. Sorry, Stefan, we need to adjust the logo of Lafarge. Okay, we will do it. Logistical and industrial sector, as I said, according to our fresh study, you may find the yields for the logistics, for the warehouses, which shows indeed a great rendement in comparison with our neighbors. The electrical system, according to the Ministry of Energy, the construction of 3 new power lines will fortify the energy resilience of our country. It's worth mentioning the Vulcanești-Chișinău, Strășeni-Gutinaș, and Belți-Suceava. Regarding the renewable energy, we started 2021 with only 3.6% in renewables, and we finished 2025 with already 25%. Indeed, we need more, but there is an increase in 8 times in just a short period of 4 years. At the same time, today we have the finalization of the tender launched by the Ministry of Energetics on the wind power installations, including the BESS, the mandatory storage of 44.5% megawatts or 25% from the scheme. Indeed, on the behalf of the Ministry of Regional Development and Infrastructure, there are some critical infrastructure projects upcoming. It's the modernization and extension of Chisinau Airport, Mărculești Airport on the way for the cargo purposes, railway rebuild projects, Giurgiulești port extension, also mentioned by the Vice Prime Minister Osmochescu, logistic terminal at Berești, near the Romania border, new bridges over Prut, and highway between Moldova, Romania, and Ukraine within the SAFE project of the European Union. At the end, I want to mention that the Invest Moldova agency operates as a one-stop shop, which means that we provide a wide range of services to investors, like strategic services, operational support, administrative services, networking, and analysis. After the meeting, you may approach myself or my colleagues who are present at the event. Once again, thank you very much for this possibility. And now I would like to, you will introduce, okay, thank you very much. And I wish you meaningful discussions afterwards.
Thank you, Mihai. And I'd actually like to narrow the conversation right now to specific opportunities, because it's very rich in data, both from Marina and from Mihai, if you have seen in figures and numbers referring to each country separately, right? The effort which was done by the Kyiv School of Economics was to bring those numbers into synergetic way in terms of investments which would benefit Ukraine, both Ukraine and Moldova. And I do hope, Mihai, why I insisted to say this, that on 4th of June, in that pipeline of the projects which will be discussed and which should be submitted, hopefully, by that third deadline to the DG and Est, we will have some of the investment proposals which are in the pipeline designed by Angeliki, which I kindly invite to the stage right now.
Thank you, Alexandru. Thank you very much, everyone. Good morning. For those who don't know me, my name is Angeliki Varela. I lead international investment initiatives at the Kyiv School of Economics. It is a pleasure to be here today amongst some very familiar faces and be presenting our study on the matter. For this study, we were asked to explore a very, very practical question. And this question is, what role can Moldova play in Ukraine's reconstruction? More specifically, is there a business case for investing across both Ukraine and Moldova? Can Moldova act as a launchpad for investment into Ukraine? And what needs to happen to translate this into real business collaboration? In other words, the objective of our work is to provide the analytical foundation for deeper cross-border collaboration and strengthen the basis for bilateral dialogue. But our ambition goes beyond analytics. We see this as a tool to support concrete follow-up focused on investment and execution. Because, as spoken before, ultimately Ukraine's reconstruction is not only a national effort. It is a regional opportunity, particularly seen in the context of Ukraine and Moldova's shared European trajectory. And of course, please allow me a couple of moments to acknowledge that this work would not have been possible without the support of our trusted partners, the American Chamber of Commerce in Moldova, Invest Moldova, UMAF, and of course UNFPA, who is bringing together this conference to us. Thank you very, very much. Not only you have enabled this, but you have been very active partners throughout the process. Returning to our key question, what role can Moldova play in Ukraine's reconstruction? To answer this, we combined 4 strands of analysis. Regional deep dives across southern Ukrainian regions bordering Moldova. Sector analytics to identify where cooperation is likely. Mapping of available financing and de-risking instruments. And finally, stakeholder interviews with businesses, institutions, and development partners. For today's discussion, we have simply selected a few key takeaways that we hope will provide very useful context for the discussion to come. But of course, feel free to approach me later in the coffee session, and we will be very happy to go into greater depth. But first, let me please go straight to the core message. Moldova is indeed a credible gateway to Ukraine's recovery. And this is driven by 5 reinforcing factors. First, geographic proximity and connectivity. Moldova shares a direct border with Ukraine and offers access to alternative trade routes, including the Danube, making it a natural logistic extension of the corridor. Second, its strategic role as a corridor towards the European Union. Positioned along the Ukraine-Moldova-Romania axis, Moldova is increasingly anchored in EU integration pathways, which strengthens its role as a bridge to the European markets. Third, the ability to diversify risk operationally. This is important for business. Moldova provides a relatively lower risk environment, allowing investors to structure or split operations across jurisdictions. Fourth, the function as an entry point for phased expansion. It offers a practical staging ground for entering Ukraine, enabling gradual scaling as conditions evolve. And fifth, increasing alignment with European markets. Progress on EU standards and systems facilitates the joint integration into European value chains. At the same time, it is also very clear that this potential cannot be realized automatically. It depends on addressing key constraints, particularly cross-border infrastructure, as was discussed before, border and logistics frictions, as well as institutional coordination. In simple words, the opportunity is there, but it requires deliberate action and on execution in order to unlock it. Now, starting with the regional analysis and zooming in, an important nuance emerges. Ukraine is not one uniform investment destination. Regions like Odessa, Vinnytsia, and Chernivtsi, which are on the border, show very different economic structures, income levels, and demographic trends. This means that entry strategies cannot really be a one-size-fits-all. They need to be corridor-based and region-specific, aligned with local strengths, infrastructure, and cross-border dynamics. And most importantly, reconstruction is not only about economic recovery. It is also about impact. Investments in these regions can support jobs, stabilize communities, and strengthen social resilience. We also see similar patterns reflected in trade. Mikhail saw something similar before. I'm happy to say that the numbers align. But the story is that despite the war, I think this is the key takeaway from this, let's say, type of analysis, the Ukraine-Moldova trade has been growing steadily, around 8% CAGR over the period shown. And importantly, the structure of trade already points to this complementarity, electricity, agricultural products and processed goods that we have been discussing so far. So this is not really a hypothetical economic relationship, but we see it deepening as we speak. And furthermore, it's not only deepening, but it is deepening under pressure, which makes it even more credible going forward. Now, building on this, the next question is, where do we see the strongest opportunities? Again, we hinted at it a bit earlier, but in our opinion, 6 sectors clearly stand out. First, infrastructure and logistics. This is the backbone of cross-border connectivity. Second, energy, where integration and resilience are becoming critical priorities. Third, manufacturing, driven by nearshoring trends and reconstruction demand. Agriculture, with a clear shift from raw exports to value-added production. Healthcare, where reconstruction is creating immediate and long-term needs. And sixth, defense and dual-use industries, an emerging space for structured cooperation. Across all these sectors, the underlying logic appears to be consistent. Combine Ukrainian scale with Moldovan positioning. Scale of demand and production capacity on one side, flexibility, access, and proximity on the other. In other words, what we're trying to do here is create the foundation for regional value chains. Now, a key point, but I don't plan to spend a lot of time here again because we have heard on this, is that financing for Ukraine's reconstruction already exists. In our study, we have covered 3 main pathways for international companies who want to access it. First is direct project financing. The second would be intermediate financing, which is the type of financing usually accessible through banks or other instruments. And 3 is the de-risking instruments, including war risk insurance. Frameworks like the Ukraine Investment Framework, on which you have heard earlier, already mobilize billions. More specifically, the Ukraine Investment Framework is a 9.5 billion instrument, and under its umbrella, 3.4 billion have already approved through direct and intermediated programs specifically for the private sector. This, as said earlier, just making a summary here, is including guarantees that cover risk, blended finance, and technical assistance. So once again, what we see here is the issue is not the availability of capital itself. The real structure is structuring and accessing it effectively, which means more or less building the bankable projects, aligning with IFI requirements, and creating the right partnerships. But this is precisely where things become to get interesting. Because what we see already is this. IFIs and DFIs are financing infrastructure in Moldova that directly supports Ukraine's reconstruction. For example, you see on the slide, road and rail upgrades connecting Ukraine to EU corridors. Logistics infrastructure across the Danube and Black Sea routes, all of these are EIB and EBRD. And then, last but not least, private sector investments such as Transoil, the $31.3 million facility, which was structured mostly through the participation of FMO. So what we see from this is that Moldova is not a bystander in the process. It is already acting as a functional extension of the reconstruction ecosystem. And importantly, this is precisely the type of model that can be scaled if the right projects exist. We've seen before let's say, the toolkit of available risk mitigation instruments. What I would like to stress here is that the risk environment is indeed evolving rapidly. It might not be perfect, it might not be complete, but what we see now is a growing toolkit of war and political risk insurance instruments. And this is across different types of providers, like international financing institutions, development banks, export credit agencies, and private insurance. This is a major shift, precisely because historically, risk was the main barrier for investing in Ukraine. And today, we're starting to see structured solutions emerging. But as said, the landscape is still fragmented and evolving. This is important to keep in mind. On the other hand, the same realization creates an opportunity to design more tailored, accessible solutions, particularly, let's say, for regional and cross-border investments. And this is precisely where we can take a step back and reflect on experience and lessons learned from practice in neighboring countries. The lesson here is very clear. It also depends on the maturity of the market as a, let's say, a disclaimer. But on one hand, we have a countries with a very mature ecosystem, such as Poland, who have built strong DFI and export credit agency mechanism, coordinated national platforms, and dedicated effective risk-sharing instruments, specifically for the reconstruction. Naturally, they have the resources, and this allows them to scale investment into Ukraine much, much faster. That being said, this is not the only way. There is also room for more targeted approaches. For example, Romania and Slovakia have joined the European Investment Fund export credit pilot that is intended to boost bilateral trade, especially across SMEs. And trade, as we all know, is the engine that gets transactions flowing, so it is a very important development. In sum, financing and de-risking are not the only constraints, and this is where the takeaways from our stakeholder analysis and the interviews that we have run start to kick in. As part of our study, we conducted an interview program with over 25 stakeholders across Ukraine, Moldova, but also Romania, including businesses, institutions, and development partners. A very consistent picture emerged. While the opportunity is real, and everyone is in agreement on that point, the constraints are equally concrete. 5 stand out. The completeness of war risk and insurance gaps, already mentioned. Logistics bottlenecks. Trade and administrative frictions. Market competition and protectionist measures. Coordination gaps across institutions. You can see a couple of indicative quotes on the slide to get a bit of a sense of what we're talking about. These are precisely the types of issues that translate into very practical obstacles for business. Delays in the borders, delays in certifications, unpredictable trade conditions, and higher cost and operational complexity. In short, this proposition does not really fail on the strategy, but it might fail on execution. And yet, there is a very optimistic message, despite all of these constraints, which is that the private sector is already moving. Just yesterday, as I was landing in the airport, I saw multiple SkyUp aircraft on the runway, and as anecdotal as this may be, it reflects a broader shift in bilateral collaboration, where companies relocate operations, effectively turning Moldova into a mobility hub for Ukraine. Another strong example from the private sector is Novapost. And this is nothing new. It's even a pre-invasion success story. Moldova was one of the first international expansion markets for Novapost back in 2014. Today, however, it has become a logistics backbone across the corridor. And this is what first mover advantage looks like in practice. Taken together, these two reflect a bigger pattern. Our research highlights a couple of additional success stories. And we can assure you that these are in no way isolated cases. This is, let's say, the early activation of how a cross-border economic corridor could look like. In other words, sometimes the market moves ahead of policy. So the question now becomes, how do we scale this? The answer is not really a single action, it is a system. In our study, we grouped our recommendations into 3 areas, each of them directed at a different set of stakeholders. First, a series of recommendations on strategy and governance to create alignment and reduce this kind of friction shown before. This includes anchoring cooperation in a trilateral framework between Ukraine, Moldova, and Romania, coordinating delivery of cross-border infrastructure, and addressing bottlenecks through, let's say, joint trade and regulatory mechanisms. Second, and this could arguably be, let's say, the most critical for our study, financing and project pipeline. We mentioned it also before. This is where the execution happens. The capital support is at least partly there. What we need is a pipeline of bankable cross-border projects. This means stronger coordination with the IFIs and DFIs, more structured financing envelopes, if possible, dedicated financing envelopes, and last but not least, identifying and developing concrete investment opportunities that can move forward now. Third, enabling the private sector, because ultimately delivery will be private sector-led. In addition to structured matchmaking and project visibility, there is one element that stands out here, and this is no other than building workforce and skills partnerships aligned with reconstruction needs. Because without the right skills base, even financed projects cannot be delivered at scale. I'm a bit conscious of time, so please allow me to summarize. Yes, Moldova can indeed play a critical enabling role in rebuilding Ukraine as a platform, as a connector, and as a gateway. And if structured properly, this corridor, Ukraine, Moldova, Romania, can become not just a support mechanism, but a core European artery. Thank you very, very much for your attention, and I will be very, very happy to continue this discussion and answer any questions during the reception.
But while Mila is coming to the stage, Angeliki, just 1 second. If there are any questions from the room right now to Angeliki, which popped up and would be worth addressing, please shout. Otherwise, if not, Mila, would you join us here on the stage for starting the panel session? Thank you.
Okay, Angeliki, thank you very much for setting the ground of the further discussions, panel discussions that we'll have, the ground and the tone. Actually, the discussions in the first panel will be in Romanian, so whoever needs the translation from Romanian into English, please raise your hands and my colleagues will be coming to you with the headsets for translation. And I would also invite the speakers of the first panel to come here into the stage and join me. So while I'm still doing the transition to the first panel, I want to let you know of what was the logic behind the following agenda and the panel discussions that we have proposed to you. Angeliki actually answered a very valid question that we have posed to be answered by the study. What is the business case for Moldova in Ukraine reconstruction? And then there was a lot of hard work behind it to put together this project and make the study. But the answer, I hope, will be very rewarding. I already had this morning the discussion with one of the participants, and it was a very rewarding and inspiring thing that I have received. So the idea was the following. And the mentioning was the following, that Moldova is the only country in the region that is not financially exploring the potential of the geopolitical situation. That's why we decided that after having the results of the study presented, we will have very practical panel discussions with representatives of government authorities, of businesses, and representatives of the development partners, to hear from them if they validate the results of the studies and the opportunities that have been mentioned, or they invalidate them. It will be very interesting to hear directly from business if they already see the potential, or maybe they are more concerned with the constraints related to that potential. That's why I think it will be a very insightful discussion. And now I would like to invite the panel speakers, so don't be shy, come into the stage. Doamna Ministru Agriculturii, doamna Ludmila Catlabuga. Ștefan Birău, CEO Holcim Moldova. Maxim Casian, director ProFisher. Viorel Varzar, fondator și CEO companiei Artinox. And Valentin Bohaiciuc, șeful oficiului pentru integrarea europeană din cadrul Agenției de Dezvoltare Regională a regiunii Odessa. He will join us online. Okay. Deci avem rezultatele studiului și, în primul rând, ceea ce se denotă în acest studiu sunt domeniile care au cel mai mare potențial pentru ca să putem beneficia economic ca țară din acest mare proiect de reconstrucție, proiectul reconstrucției Ucrainei. Și noi ați observat că în primele 3 panele de discuții am propus respectivele domenii economice să fie discutate. În această primă sesiune, noi ne vom referi la procesarea industrială, la domeniul agriculturii și la procesarea agroalimentară, de ce nu? Ce de fapt se menționează și care este concluzia cea mai importantă a studiului? Se pare că Moldova nu este așteptată ca cel mai important finanțator al acestui proiect. Bine, mersi. Dar, în același timp, se pare că Moldova oricum poate să aibă o contribuție și mediul de afaceri de aici oricum poate să fie un mare contribuitor. Cum este văzută economia Moldovei în cazul dat, conform datelor studiului? În primul rând, ca o economie de tip gateway, o economie prin care se poate face intrarea a anumitor agenți economici, a anumitor contribuitori pentru procesul de reconstrucție, în primul rând. Poate fi o platformă operațională, de ce nu? Și urmează să aflăm de la vorbitorii de astăzi cum urmează Moldova să contribuie în modul în care este văzută. În același timp, Ucraina este văzută ca cea care va genera proiectele de scară largă și va genera cererea. Nouă ne rămâne noi să beneficiem economic din această cerere. Cum am propus să avem discuția? Cum am propus eu să deruleze discuția în acest panel? De fapt, pe 3 direcții. Exact așa cum este setată și structura studiului. 1. Este să vedem oportunitățile noastre în cadrul acestui proiect. 2. Să avem în vedere care sunt constrângerile, care sunt eventualele probleme și ele au fost, de fapt, menționate și de Angelica. Și 3. Să vedem care sunt pentru noi pașii imediat următori în acest proces. Aș dori să o invit pe doamna ministru să ne vorbească din perspectiva dumneiei și din expertiza a unui ministru la moment, ministrul agriculturii, dar în trecut înțeleg că ați avut și o experiență în sectorul privat. Cum vedeți rolul Moldovei în contextul reconstrucției Ucrainei și care sunt segmentele cu potențial prin prisma domeniului agricol? Care ar fi producția primară sau care ar fi procesarea agroalimentară sau poate avem suficient infrastructură de stocare și logistică, dezvoltarea lanțurilor valorice. Eu pot să continui, dar eu aș vrea dumneavoastră să veniți să ne spuneți cum se vede această oportunitate a contribuției Moldovei prin prisma Ministerului Agriculturii.
Bună ziua tuturor! În primul rând vă salut! Sunt bucuroasă să văd fețe și cunoscute, dar și noi. Dar mai mult mă bucur să văd interesul sporit în acest exercițiu pe care îl avem. Noi, efectiv, în contextul în care ne aflăm, dumneavoastră practic și-ați răspuns la întrebare, dar ca să o dezvălui un pic și să dau de context, noi suntem regional vecinii Ucrainei și eu, în prim plan, vreau să menționez despre faptul că, începând cu invazia în Ucraina, de fapt, îmi permit să zic că suntem primii care și suntem cei mai aproape și acel proces, cumva, de reconstrucție a și început din acea perioadă când am primit și am găzduit cetățenii ucraineni aici și avem un număr mare de cetățeni ucraineni care deja sunt în Moldova. De fapt, ceea ce se întâmplă în sectorul agroalimentar în Republica Moldova și în programul de guvernare pe care l-am stabilit, prioritatea segmentului de procesare, de industrializare și de depozitare este prioritate. De altfel, tranziția de la producerea materiei prime doar și ajungând la valoare adăugată, asta ne este scopul țintă. Nu cred că putem sta într-o parte și acum nu este cazul unei poziții doar de furnizori, este un parteneriat și el trebuie să devină un parteneriat și mai solid pe care l-am și avut. Suntem două țări care ne aflăm în perioada de în procesul de integrare la UE și aici avem și mai multe angajamente de comun. Și ceea ce avem de făcut împreună, prin prisma prezentării care a fost și astăzi în proiectul de reconstrucție, cu siguranță trebuie să ne axăm pe acele procese tehnologice, inovații și avansare în domeniul industrializării și a procesării și cu siguranță acele contracte, că aș vorbi nu doar din numele ministrului, dar contracte comune și parteneriate în care să putem avansa. Ați menționat că nu putem fi noi cei care putem finanța, dar suntem cei care putem primi și avea aceste colaborări în contextul mediului privat, în primul rând. Noi cu siguranță suntem birocratic, încă la un nivel așa, după mine, încă înalt, dar la acest segment foarte mult se lucrează și este un proces continuu. Ministerul Digitalizării și Economiei, de fapt, a avansat mult pe careva procese care putem exclude aceste birocrații pentru a oferi un spațiu mult mai predictibil pentru mediul de afaceri și aici nouă ne rămâne ca guvern să putem oferi cadru normativ și la asta se lucrează în contextul și procesului de integrare. Noi vorbim de legislativ care ne poate oferi facilitarea investițiilor și a proiectelor de o învergură mai mare decât le avem până acum. Cu siguranță colaborarea și accesul acestor parteneriate bilaterale, mă refer, de investiții majore Ucraina-Moldova și segmentul agroindustrial conectează și celelalte priorități pe care le-am văzut și în prezentare și aici mă refer și la logistică, de a crea acele căi de acces, de a facilita exporturile de comun, de a implementa și a avea punctele de trecere frontierei mai accesibile, căile atât portoare cât și fluviale. De asta toate momentele pe care le putem pune pe această prezentare este în contextul avansării pe valoare adăugată. Și acest proiect are loc să fie și de comun el deja este în proces, dar trebuie să avansăm și mai mult și vom fi parte aici nemijlocit.
Da, am zis că următorul aspect sau o direcție importantă de a fi discutate în aceste discuții, în aceste sesiuni, sunt acele constrângeri, ați menționat câteva din ele. Vom continua cu discuția cu sectorul privat. De fapt, de ce ne-am dorit neapărat să discutăm imediat rezultatele studiului și cu sectorul privat? Unu, fiindcă întrebarea rămâne să fie valabilă. Is there business case for Moldova? Da? Avem noi business deja în acest proces sau vedem noi oportunități de business foarte palpabile pe viitor? Doi, noi vrem să împărtășiți un pic din pasiunea voastră. Și eu sper că discursurile care vor veni mai degrabă vor valida acele oportunități decât nu le vor valida, fiindcă ar putea să existe și așa un punct de vedere că ceea ce s-a prezentat nu neapărat reprezintă realitatea noastră și nu neapărat într-un an, 2 sau 3 noi vom fi norocoși să valorificăm oportunitatea economică care avem. Pasiunea ne trebuiește. Noi avem aici mai multă lume în sală, noi avem o parte de oameni care văd live transmisia acestui eveniment și nu doar din Moldova. Și apropo, cei din voi care sunt interesați să revină la rezultatele studiului, în primul rând vor avea oportunitatea să obțină sau să descarce studiul de pe rețelele noastre, dar într-al doilea rând vor avea posibilitatea să mai revadă și prezentarea din partea Kyiv School of Economics. Revenind la participanții panelului din sectorul privat, eu aș vrea să încep cu Ștefan. Ștefan, În primul rând, mulțumesc pentru faptul că ai oferit ca și companie susținere pentru realizarea acestui proiect, imediat ce ai auzit că există așa o inițiativă, de a merge la ceva foarte ipotetic, la discuții despre potențialul beneficiu, la o estimare foarte concretă și reală a acestui beneficiu pentru noi, pentru agenții economici din Moldova. În același timp, în persoana ta, noi vedem într-adevăr cineva foarte pasionat despre potențialul pe care ne poate oferi acest parteneriat. În primul rând vreau, evident, un pic să descrii profilul business-ului, ca să creăm o înțelegere despre ce business vorbim, despre industrie în general și concret despre cazul vostru, unde vedeți voi oportunitatea, dar pe urmă, mai târziu, o să revenim deja și la partea de constrângeri dacă o vedeți.
Bună ziua! Eu personal sunt foarte bucuros că acest eveniment continuă să aibă loc. Această idee s-a născut poate vreo 2 ani în urmă și noi tot insistam să înțelegem cum putem crea mai multă conștientizare asupra aspectului implicării Moldovei în procesul de reconstrucție a Ucrainei și iată că insistăm și avem evenimente și ele aduc în discuție subiecte la care toată lumea poate contribui. Sunt recunoscător celor de la Kyiv School of Economics că și-au asumat așa un rol de a studia fenomenul. Pentru noi este o onoare, pentru că compania Holcim este o onoare că am putut contribui financiar și aici aș vrea să rezolv puțin confuzia. Holcim este fosta companie Lafarge din Moldova care începând cu 17 martie a preluat identitatea grupului Holcim, identitatea internațională și acum în Moldova și noi suntem Holcim și acum sper eu o să dispară confuzia dintre cine și unde este și dacă concurăm unii cu alții. Ca și păreri, acest studiu pe care ne l-au făcut colegii de la Kyiv School of Economics pentru mine este un studiu cu niște concluzii evidente, pe care noi oarecum le știam toți împreună, dar știți, uneori e nevoie ca să vină cineva din afară să-ți dea o părere terță ca să-ți confirmă ceea ce tu deja știi. Bun, am făcut-o, am înțeles că toți cunoaștem același lucru și întrebarea este ce facem mai departe. După mine, răspunsul iarăși este evident. Un punct important care apare în studiu este că noi avem nevoie de implicarea autorităților la cel mai înalt nivel, să preia inițiativa, să aibă curaj, să discute, să dialogueze și să-și asume o cale comună de a aborda toate constrângerile, dar și toate oportunitățile care vin din fenomenul de ajutor pentru Ucraina. Haideți să mă opresc ca să mai construim un dialog.
De acord. Atunci îl întrebăm și pe Maxim. Maxim, reprezentantul companiei ProFisher, dar și mai nou compania Nova Green. Maxim, iarăși revenim la oportunități și apropo chiar și pentru voi cei care aparent sunteți toți în zona industrială de procesare industrială, dar oricum oportunitățile pe care le vedeți pot să fie puțin diferite. Hai să vorbim de punctele de intrare, de modelele de business care le vedeți mai eficiente, mai funcționale. Din perspectiva business-ului dumneavoastră, evident, dați-ne și un pic de background despre business, profilul companiei.
Bună ziua! Vă mulțumim în primul rând pentru invitație. Sunt aici în calitate ca director tehnic a unui grup de companii din domeniul procesării, prelucrării, Nova Green, ProFisher, UISPAC. Prin modelul descris în studiu, noi vedem că deja el nu este unul doar teoretic, dar prinde forme în practică. Așa cum se menționează în studiu, Moldova nu va fi un finanțator al reconstrucției, dar poate deveni o platformă operațională și industrială pentru Ucraina. În domeniul industrial, noi vedem următoarele oportunități, fiind ca operatori în prelucrarea metalelor și injecție de mase plastice. Vedem următoarele oportunități, anume producerea de piese, agregate, instalații, contract manufacturing și parteneriate industriale și de asamblare a diferitor instalații, procese, produse. În cadrul grupului nostru se găsesc, sunt mai multe companii. ProFisher se ocupă cu prelucrarea de metale, fabricarea de matrici, UISPAC soluții și produse din mase plastice, iar Nova Green face integrare și dezvoltare de proiecte. Noi deja funcționăm ca un mini-sistem industrial, deoarece ne permitem să integrăm rapid în lanțul de aprovizionare orice produs, de la idee până la produs în serie. De acum mai vedem parcurs cadrul dialogului.
Eu totuși aș vrea să vă pun câteva întrebări de concretizare. Eu înțeleg că deja lucrați cu partenerii din Ucraina, da? Și poate ne spuneți un lucru care pe voi vă face cumva foarte atractiv, prin care parteneriatul cu cei din Ucraina este atractiv pentru ei, poate ceva, un beneficiu anume economic pe care îl oferiți fiind parte a acelui lanț de aprovizionare, da? Și dacă pe parcursul de când a fost declanșat război și pe parcursul ultimilor ani ați menținut acea relație contractuală cu partenerii sau poate a fost un business în scădere și cum vedeți evoluția acestuia? Să zicem chiar și acum, dar după ce în speranța noastră se va termina războiul și se va începe masiv procesul de reconstrucție.
Evident, avem câteva parteneriate în Odessa, Nicolaev, Dnepropetrovsk, companii care și la momentul dat colaborăm, le facem produse, ei ne fac produse, adică e un parteneriat de ani buni, în jurul la 10 ani. Adică ne cunoaștem, exportăm, importăm de la ei, fiind în domeniu, având metal dânsi, noi având tehnologii, putem crea lucruri minunate. Adică vedem o perspectivă destul de clară, destul de bună, cu oportunități, ca produse finite ideale, atât din partea lor, cât și din partea noastră.
Am înțeles. Deci tehnologia și talentul omului, inginerului stă în spatele acestui parteneriat și eficienței lui. Am înțeles. Ok. Hai să mergem mai departe. Viorel, eu recent am avut ocazia, norocul, să văd întreprinderea voastră, să văd minunea, să zic, producerea voastre și să văd pasiunea cu care voi credeți în dezvoltarea business-ului și inclusiv credeți în acest parteneriat sau potențial pe care vă poate oferi relația aceasta comercială cu Ucraina și la moment și în perspectivă atunci când iarăși vor veni aceste investiții în reconstrucția Ucrainei. Iată, spuneți-ne acum care este profilul business-ului, ce faceți, ce produceți, de ce credeți că acest business este cu potențial în parteneriatul cu Ucraina și care este avantajul vostru pe care voi îl oferiți? De ce credeți că este un produs care are un potențial mai mare decât produsele de la alți parteneri regionali?
Da, bună ziua tuturor, mă numesc Viorel Varzare, sunt fondatorul și directorul companiei Molinard Group, care deține brandul Artinox. Sunt foarte bucuros să fiu aici alături de voi și vreau să mulțumesc organizatorilor de azi Kyiv Moldova și Kyiv Ucraina pentru platforma asta care putem să ne expunem și putem să ne adresăm către, practic, unei țări întregi ca Ucraina cu ajutorul, sprijinul nostru față de ei. Studiul realizat de Kyiv School of Economics ne arată, nu ne oferă doar niște cifre, dar ne arată o foaie de parcurs pentru reconstrucția Ucrainei, pentru o reconstrucție inteligentă a Ucrainei, corectă, clară, pentru toți agenții economici din regiune și din alte țări, fiindcă pe lângă toate acestea cifre, noi trebuie să înțelegem că Ucraina are acum de suferit niște grave trăiri din istoria Ucrainei și ține de război, da? Și avem o profundă recunoștință față de poporul ucrainean pentru eroismul incredibil care îl face și care vă dați seama că dacă n-ar fi Ucraina, dacă cade Ucraina, următorii vom fi noi, da? Adică automat Ucraina ne ține piept la toate încercările de astăzi ce se întâmplă în regiune, da? Mai mult ca atât, pentru noi este o datorie morală, nu numai economică, de a dezvolta și a ajuta Ucraina, da? Ce ține de afaceri, de business, noi suntem din 2009 pe piață, ne-am lansat, total este capital intern, moldovenesc, compania a fost dezvoltată de mine, cu ajutorul colegilor care am avut norocul să-i întâlnesc și să facem o echipă puternică și să dezvoltăm o uzină de talie internațională unde deja 90% din produsele noastre sunt exportate. Primii ani am luat și am reconstruit Moldova. Practic, pot să vă spun oficial, 70% din vinurile moldovenești se dețin în vasele noastre. Profilul companiei este industria alimentară, anume ce ține de utilaj în domeniul alimentar, chimic, biochimic, facem produse din inox, da? Tancuri, adică vase, sub presiune, cu diferite cerințe a clientului. Suntem o companie de engineering unde dăm procesele de la cheie, facem de la zero uzinele și modernizăm uzinele. Practic suntem B2B, da? Adică nu practic, dar așa și este. Suntem pentru a dezvolta afacerea altora, da? Prin anume în domeniile date. Noi
înțeleg, deja aveți parteneri în Ucraina și deja aveți
mai mult ca atât, da. Ce ține de Ucraina, noi lucrăm deja mai mult de 10 ani pe piața Ucrainei și avem foarte mulți parteneri și am reconstruit foarte multe fabrici. Necătând la faptul că războiul a început, noi nu ne-am oprit pentru a dezvolta afacerea. Chiar mai mult pot să spun și vreau să mulțumesc partii ucrainene și partenerilor. Mă rog, și ca să înțelegeți, după ce s-a început războiul, contractele cu partea ucraineană, cu partenerii din Ucraina, nu că s-au dublat, dar s-au triplat, chiar și mai mult. A fost un boom excepțional. Prima etapă, prima jumătate de an a războiului, noi eram ca toți în șoc, dar pe urmă, după asta, sincer, încet a început să dezvolte și foarte serios. Practic, contractele, vă spun, s-au triplat în ultimii ani. Avem peste 10 proiecte inițiate, timp de 10 ani, mari, în domeniile ca alcoolului, bioetanolului, gazului, industriei prelucrătoare a sucului concentrat, adică merelor în suc concentrat, avem practic toate fabricile, am participat. Multe fabrici în timpul războiului le-am mutat din vestul Ucrainei, din estul Ucrainei spre vest.
Iată, este un moment foarte important. Ca să înțeleg oportunitatea, s-ar putea ca unele fabrici să fie distruse în război sau să fie renovate și modernizate sau mutate. Unde a fost oportunitatea aceasta de business? De unde ea provine?
În primul rând, noi în anul 21 am făcut o fabrică de concentrat pentru sucuri de mere lângă Zaporozhye, unde a fost bombardată și partenerii, adică persoanele care dețineau compania s-au hotărât să mute încoace lângă graniță cu Moldova și am ajutat să mute fabrica. Chiar, ca să înțelegeți, utilajul nostru a fost bombardat total. A doilea situație a fost în Ancherman, în o uzină de coniac din regiunea Odessa, unde a fost bombardat total acum recent, vreo 3 luni, 4, și acolo era tot utilajul nostru. Acum iarăși participăm la reconstrucția. Practic, noi suntem ultima vreme, cât merge războiul, noi tot reconstruim și aducem din partea regiunea războiului, aducem încoace fabrici. Le reinstalăm, le reutilăm, facem noi chiar fabrici de la zero.
Am înțeles. Un pic o să mă opresc aici. Chiar discutam cu Alex, nu-l văd acum în sală, dar de fapt discuția noastră a fost că Ukraine Reconstruction, deci reconstrucția Ucrainei se va începe nu cândva în viitor, dar este un proces în derulare și n-ar trebui să uităm acest lucru și să beneficiem. Când vorbim despre reconstrucția Ucrainei, vorbim de astăzi, începem cu ziua de astăzi. Prin exemplu dumneavoastră, cred că se validează acest lucru.
Deja, da, noi reconstruim, sincer. Pur și simplu, uitați-vă, reconstrucția în sine înseamnă că agenții economici, fiind nevoiți să facă investiții, noi încă n-am folosit nimic din ce spune partea financiară și mai mult ca atât nu au accesat încă fonduri. Oamenii trebuie să investească, fiindcă trebuie să dezvolte, trebuie să hrănească țara. Dacă noi facem utilaj în industria alimentară, vă dați seama, tot ce sunt de lichide. Noi facem utilaj, tot unde este lichid, este utilajul nostru. Practic, ca să înțelegeți, noi nu vreau să mă laud mult, dar să vă spun, în tendere internaționale participă o companie din Germania, o companie din China și o companie din Republica Moldova ca Artenox. Ca să vă dați seama la ce nivel am ajuns și noi procesăm peste 4.000 de tone de inox în țară, unde asta e un volum foarte mare pentru o fabrică de talia noastră. Ce ține de întrebarea dumneavoastră, răspunsul meu la întrebarea dumneavoastră despre înlocuire sau modernizare este simplu, da, ambele și nu numai ambele, dar chiar și reconstrucția de la zero, nu numai modernizarea, cu valoare mare adăugată, adică asta și este scopul nostru.
Oportunitatea noastră, mai ales luând în calcul acele oportunități, fonduri financiare care noi am văzut că se formează la moment, care, mă rog, vor răspunde la ambele fluxuri de solicitări, atât renovarea de la zero, cât și reconstrucția probabil. Ne oprim aici un pic cu dumneavoastră, fiindcă online pe noi ne așteaptă Valentin. Valentin, are you there? Can you hear us?
Dear friends and partners, I'm glad to welcome all of you from the Ukraine. How is the connection? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, and we will ask our colleagues to make it a bit louder if it is possible.
I'm on my maximum, so...
Yes, now it's very good. Yes. Please tell us, because we are discussing here about the opportunities for Moldova and Moldovan business and Moldovan government authorities to seize, to catch the momentum and actually to have this economic benefit. But actually it's not only seen as with potential nationally, but also regionally, especially for the regions that are closer to Moldovan border, and Odessa is being one of them. You are being part of the Office for European Integration, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about this. How do you see European integration for both Ukraine and Moldova? As an enabler in this process, or maybe as a constraint? Let's see what is your opinion on this.
So, first of all, I'm very honored to participate in this kind of event, and your event is very important, not only with the concrete steps, but with the encouragement the Ukrainians, which are fighting for general prosperity, for the prosperity of both countries and other European countries together. So as we're Ukrainians and Ukraine and Moldova, we're in the same boat and moving forward to European community. First of all, what is most important is institutional and strategical pathway. As you said, I'm representing the Odessa Regional Development Agency, and I'm the director of European Integration Office. And Odessa region is the biggest in Ukraine, with 91 territorial communities. So while we're talking in this panel about business, big players on the market, we need not to forget about the municipalities, which are at the front line as soldiers in this process. Ukraine, Moldova, and Romania were already building a so-called triangle, and for the European Union as the regulator, he watches at us in this triangle cooperation, where Romania is the eldest brother, which already got the experience in this process, and he needs to lead us, Moldova and Ukraine, into European Union. So, as Deputy Minister said at the beginning of this event, the bureaucracy is expected to be moving the same way as private business, but for now, we're a little bit even ahead. As an example, as a real example, to prove these words, our agency and the region is participating in the European project, Eurobridge with Moldova, which is operating European funds for 2 million euro, and the project is for 4 years, which is proving the institutional support for communities. And with this initiative, the European Committee launched the process to strengthen administrative capacity in border regions. So Vinnytsia, Chernivtsi are also partners in this project, as well as all Moldovan regions and municipalities. And we are together building regional collaboration between local authorities and civil society, including also innovation hubs and private sectors.
Okay, let's stop a bit here, let's park it here a bit, and then we'll return to you again. Să trecem înapoi la limba română și să vedem un pic și ce avem pe partea de constrângeri. Eu în special mai mult timp am alocat discuții despre oportunități, ca totuși să rămânem mai mult optimiști decât pesimiști despre aceste oportunități pe care le putem valorifica. Doamna ministru, ați început deja și v-ați referit în prima parte a discursului despre unele momente care ar putea să fie o problemă, v-ați referit de birocrație și într-adevăr să știți că noi ca comunitate de business foarte mult luptăm ca să reducem acea birocrație și noi vrem ca o birocrație sau o debirocratizare să fie un avantaj competitiv al comunității noastre. Înțelegem că noi trecem printr-un proces de integrare europeană și cumva debirocratizarea nu prea este compatibilă cu acest deziderat de-a nostru de a intra în Uniunea Europeană, dar noi oricum putem să o facem într-un mod foarte inteligent. Hai să vedem pe lângă acest aspect și alte aspecte care le vedeți ca problemă.
Dumneavoastră bine ați menționat, autoritățile trebuie să fie curajoase și să-și asume deciziile în contextul debirocratizării, dar și creării acestui spațiu ambient și predictibil pentru business. Da, asta este prima sarcină și într-adevăr aici vreau să menționez despre scopul nostru, de fapt, de a fi cât mai aproape și avea cea mai bună colaborare și comunicare cu partea ucraineană la nivelul autorităților și asta deja o facem de mult timp, dar în contextul acestui proiect mare și acestei situații regionale, geopolitice, cu siguranță accelerarea și îmbunătățirea acestui dialog trebuie să fie mult mai mare, dar în același timp să ne menținem și de contextul integrării europene și aici dumneavoastră ați menționat de faptul că nu prea este compatibil, dar noi o vedem prin prisma faptului de a putea digitaliza și automatiza multe procese și de a evita ghișeele unice sau de a evita direct factorul uman în contextul obținerilor actelor permisive, minimizarea celor acte permisive. De fapt, și practica europeană ne arată că acest proces e posibil și în această direcție mergem și noi. Și de pe cealaltă parte, cu autoritățile ucrainene, în continuare îmi doresc să avem acea trasabilitate și comunicare, dar și să putem asigura acea securitate alimentară, vorbind de sectorul agroalimentar, alimentar. Aici este foarte important calitatea și cantitatea, dar cu cantitate noi ne descurcăm dacă ne ajută și partea ucraineană, ei sunt partenerii noștri mereu, dar ce ține de integrare și de procesul de siguranță agroalimentară este foarte important și aici acest dialog îl construim și îl menținem. Ce ține de atragerea și facilitatea investițiilor, de fapt, de a crea spațiu pentru atragerea acestor investiții și a partenerilor pe care business-ul poate să-l creeze aici, să avem acea atractivitate de a investi în Republica Moldova și cu siguranță Ministerul Economiei de Comun, de fapt în guvern avem acel program de convergență în economie, economică și aici prioritatea a fost identificat și sectorul agroalimentar. De altfel, tot ce va continua să fie și pe plan național, dar și în colaborare bilaterală, cu siguranță va fi competitivitatea și convergența în contextul economic. De asta autoritățile sunt țintite și sunt deschise și vor merge în continuare și vor avea și curajul de a facilita investițiile în Republica Moldova, dar și acest proiect la care și s-a lucrat mult să fie totuși realizat și să facem parte, să fim parte de fapt acestui proiect, dar inteligent să-l putem conecta în toate procesele noastre. Eu doar vreau să menționez faptul că și în Republica Moldova deja avem multe afaceri care sunt deschise de către ucraineni și noi ținem cont și de asta și creăm acest spațiu de a putea facilita și a încuraja aceste afaceri aici și în Republica Moldova. Iar Republica Moldova trebuie să devină acea platformă în care să contribuim la acest proiect inteligent, de fapt.
Da, aceasta este miză. Putem fi o platformă operațională. Ștefan, continuăm cu tine. Eu chiar aș vrea să fim foarte practici, da? Să spunem 1, 2, 3 lucruri care crezi că sunt cele mai importante constrângeri și trebuie să fie vizate în primul și în primul rând. Să nu fim foarte romantici, dar totuși să fim foarte realiști ce avem de schimbat și unde avem de lucrat. La curaj avem de lucrat, eu sunt aici absolut de acord cu tine și atunci pe partea autorităților, dar cât și pe partea de business, tocmai de aceea și avem aceste discuții inspiraționale, ce mai avem de făcut pe partea industriei voastre?
Păi, o să fiu eu persoana cu mesajele mai realiste. Băi, noi vorbim de reconstrucție, dar nu conștientizăm până la capăt că noi cu Ucraina avem bariere formale și informale privind exportul de materiale de construcție, special de ciment. Deci, contra Moldovei sunt taxe antidumping pentru exportul de ciment în Ucraina, iar noi facem conferință pe reconstrucție. În Moldova există capacități libere de producție care pot fi utilizate pentru furnizarea de materiale în Ucraina, dar ele nu funcționează. Și noi nu putem efectiv să folosim capacitățile astea de producție. Există taxe antidumping, dar nu pe toate produsele. Există produse care nu sunt acoperite dintre același segment de ciment. Dar dacă încerci să faci un export dintr-un produs permis, ești blocat, ești taxat, ești tărât în instanță și îți recuperezi taxele de 100% după 2 ani de zile de judecată. Noi avem oportunități de colaborare cu Ucraina. Noi colaborăm acum și facem comerț cu Ucraina, dar noi o facem haotic, noi o facem oportunist. Noi avem exemple foarte fericite, dar per total, după mine este o lipsă totală de guvernanță, este o lipsă de strategie, o lipsă de aliniere către ce tindem și cum ne putem ajuta unii pe alții. Și asta este realitatea de moment despre care noi vrem să discutăm acum, ca atunci când acest război nefericit se va termina, noi le vom fi rezolvat pe toate și vom lucra împreună.
Sunt de acord, este corect să spunem lucrurilor pe nume ca să avem și o temă pentru acasă. Maxim, continuăm cu dumneavoastră. 1, 2, 3, foarte pragmatic, e bine, nu e bine.
Noi considerăm că cele mai mari blocaje la moment sunt logistica și predictibilitatea transportului, procedurile de frontiere, cât și, eu aș spune, punctul cel mai important, lipsa parteneriatelor cu partea ucraineană. Aici avem de lucru ca să le dezvoltăm, având capacități de producere destul de înalte, am putea să ne ajutăm reciproc. Aici văd cel mai
Da, și o poate vizibilitate de proiecte și de oportunități mai bune,
corect.
Asemenea cu ceea ce s-a întâmplat astăzi, avem foarte concret proiectele listate, înțeleg că au trezit mai mult interes deja la participanți și sper că o să fim parte din ele. Viorel.
Uitați-vă, noi mari impedimente n-am avut față de partea ucraineană, chiar și ține de standardele între noastre două țări, da? Că până acum ele erau diferite, gosturi, dinuri, ce țineau de implementarea fabricilor. Acum noi am trecut și ei în standardele europene, tot ok, și ține de partea financiară, avem o problemă numai, fiindcă toți partenerii, adică partenerii ucraineni s-ar dezvolta mult mai bine dacă ar avea un acces mai comod și mai stabil la finanțe. În toate problemele, uitați-vă, noi vrem să dezvoltăm atâta, dar anul ăsta facem atâta, fiindcă facem mai puțin, fiindcă nu avem finanțare. E o problemă foarte mare la dânsii și sunt riscuri, clar că băncii nu le dau, nu pot să le... Și pe intermediul, cred că deja a banilor care să vină pentru reconstrucția Ucrainei ar fi mai ușor. A doua problemă, noi o vedem în felul următor, pentru compania noastră, pur și simplu, contractele care noi le avem cu partea ucraineană, ele durează până la 1 an. Și o problemă foarte mare este 180 de zile în legislația ucraineană este chestia asta de repatrierea banilor, timp de 180 de zile. Acum, uitați ce se întâmplă. Noi facem contract 1 an de zile, noi nu dorim să exportăm toată marfa, adică tot avansul care a fost dat, nu putem să-l exportăm timp de... Sunt momente când nu putem, da, fiindcă furnizorii așteptăm metalul 3-4 luni, procesarea la fabrică, la noi pe urmă exportarea, da? Asta e o problemă gravă, fiindcă după asta sunt penalități. Partea ucraineană primește penalități și partea noi tot, în primul rând, de la dânsii. Chiar recent acum cu companii foarte mari de biogaz la Oil, noi am intrat deja în 180 de zile și am fost nevoit noi din cash flow nostru să le întoarcem banii înapoi, fictiv, ca ei a 20 să ne arunce înapoi, fiindcă să nu intre în penalități. E o chestie banală, eu cred că asta se poate rezolva. Mai mult ca atât, eu am vrut să menționez pentru partea ucraineană, noi, de când s-a început războiul, că pe mine foarte m-a afectat războiul, eu sincer sunt foarte emoționat și toată starea asta și ține de Ucraina e foarte gravă. Noi, eu sincer, eu am decis ca pentru partea ucraineană, utilajul care îl facem noi din industriile care, mă rog, din toate industriile, ele vor fi la prețul Republicii Moldova, fiindcă când am început afacerea dată, noi am spus că pentru Republica Moldova vrem să dăm un preț corect pentru piața Republicii Moldova și uitați-vă, nu sunt adause, taxe, vamale de export, nimic nu adăugăm, practic ucrainenii primesc prețurile din Republica Moldova, ceea ce înseamnă cu 30% mai mici față de piața internațională. Noi cu asta vrem să ajutăm Ucraina în momentele acestea grele de cumpănă care le are ea. Înțelegem toți că fără dânsa noi avem și
de acord.
Deja în mâinile altor.
Frumos.
Da, da.
Ok. Valentin, we're talking about constraints here. Where do you see the major constraint in this trans-border cooperation that needs more communication and then you believe it will unblock certain opportunities?
As I said at the beginning of my presentation, the institutional constraints are of the main importance. We are still all disorientated and feeling some inner scare before starting the cooperation in business, in private sector, and only the big players are not afraid and using this opportunity to strengthen its positions. What I mean that European Union together with the agency and regional players try to encourage the society to closer cooperation. And it's not about money, it's not about investment, because many funds are already gathered for rebuilding and resilience of the Ukraine, but to build the institutional cooperation is of great importance. As I said, the project, European Ukraine-Moldova Bridge, Euro Bridge project, is implemented during 4 years, and its main role is to build this law cooperation based on permissions, licenses, and building corridors for cooperation. So the opportunity that our countries and the generation has is of high historical value, but of course the constraints are in some way unexpected. Except this that I have already mentioned, a very important constraint is the workforce. To implement all these projects, to widen the business and to build partnership, we need not only knowledge, but we also need people who will do it. And for this, we need to encourage both countries. And Moldova is of higher importance, because you have chance, while we're distracted to other spheres of life, you have chance to learn the experience of European integration. You have time to work technical issues, to train them, to try them, and to start implementing on your territory. And when the right moment will come, to move it to Ukraine. And the traditional cultural roots that exist between our countries for many years and centuries will help you and us in this, and in some way your experience and your knowledge is already ahead and will value greatly for rebuilding and reconstruction of Ukraine.
Thank you, Valentin. I think this is the great note to finalize this panel discussion. We are totally out of time. And the speakers of the next panel are already waiting to come into the stage. Thank you so much. Mulțumesc frumos. A fost o discuție foarte interesantă și foarte de valoare și utilă pentru cei care ne privesc. Mersi.
Da,
Mihai, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We'll continue. Next panel will be in English. May I have one more chair, please, if the team may help me. I would like to invite to participate in the next panel Ms. Carolina Novak, State Secretary from the Ministry of Energy, Mr. Nikolai Mândra, State Secretary from the Ministry of Regional Development and Infrastructure, Mr. Matias von Tucher, CEO Danube Logistics, Mr. Sergei Sharpan, CEO Nova Poshta Moldova, and Lyudmila Shevchenko, the Head of Investment Office, Regional Development Agency of Odessa Region. So welcome once again. The report highlights energy and infrastructure as a high-value area for cross-border cooperation. My question will be, Carolina, for you. We are already interconnected with Ukraine. On the other side, what do we need to do to actually start doing joint energy investments, especially in renewables? And also, how is the Ministry of Energy planning to align Moldova's renewable energy transition with Ukraine's reconstruction efforts to potentially create a synchronized green regional energy hub.
Thank you very much, Mihai. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here on such an important topic for us, and especially when we speak about the energy sector, Ukraine here plays a fundamental role when it comes to the energy security in the Republic of Moldova. And indeed, in absence of energy in general, as a sector, together with infrastructure, with the logistics department, they are fundamental pillars that can play an important role in the reconstruction of Ukraine, but also the regional stability. And we had recently 2 events just in 2026 which only emphasized this interdependency of the 2 countries. One is the latest fall when the power line is Acea-Vulcanești, connecting us with Romania, which passes through Ukraine. It has tripped, and this accident, this attack, more precisely, the Russian attack on this power line only emphasized actually how close we are and how actually the 2 countries are almost in the same war, because for the first time our critical infrastructure has been attacked purposefully. Another such example we have on the 31st of January 2026, when also we faced a partial blackout due to the fact that the meteorological conditions, but also overall attacks on the generation capacities, transportation networks, electricity networks, but also distribution networks were attacked in Ukraine. What does this show? This shows a few facts, and in energy for us it's a no-brainer. In this whole energy security we are together, and when there are electricity accidents upon its infrastructure in Ukraine, we literally feel them in Moldova. In terms of difficulty to maintain the flexibility, the balancing of the system, and securing the right amount of electricity import needs that we face. So a few priorities here, and I just want to also get a bit back in 2021, because even before the war has started, Moldova faced already this blackmail from Gazprom, when we have back then started the negotiations on the contract, and then the whole process of joining the European continental grid through ENTSO-E, together with Ukraine, even before the letter being submitted for the accession to the EU. So it was actually the energy as such as a trigger of this whole process, and stepping into the European family of the electricity network grid. Now, to answer concretely your question, a few priorities. First, we see as a top priority building interconnections. Building interconnections on one hand with Romania, because we only have one power line with Romania which has been affected recently, and allow us also to express our gratitude to Ukrenergo, to the Ukrainian transmission system operator, which did such a fantastic job. Within just 5 days, they managed something which was difficult to think from our side, how the whole process will go. They identified the equipment in urgent needs. They've managed to put it back despite the concerns that we had meteorological conditions with rain and so on. This is truly fantastic, and we only want to emphasize how in difficult times collaboration and solid partnership is important for both countries. So, for us, the priority is to build these interconnections with Romania, 2 other ones, Belt-Suceava and Gutinaș-Strășeni. And with Ukraine, we have 21 power lines. Now, out of these 21 power lines, 7, they are of 330 kV, kilovolts, and only one, Belt-Dnestrovsk, I feel like I have to have a map when speaking about interconnection. But in any case, only one is through the constitutional Moldova, meaning in absence of the region of Transnistria. That is to say that the other 6 power lines, they are passing through the region of Transnistria. What I want to say here is that for us, it is precisely for this reason that we have pushed for Belt-Dnestrovsk, the second circuit, the second power line, in parallel to the first one. Now this has been selected as a project of energy community's interest, meaning it's a project of utmost importance for both countries. And now we are in concrete discussions with IFIs to secure finance for this project. Beyond power lines, there's a lot of opportunities when it comes to renewables. This was referred, but also balancing capacities. And in the previous panel, there was a reference made on biogas, and Ukraine is such a great example for us in terms of developing biogas facilities, in terms of going ahead with bioethanol, biomethane as well. And we highly here invite Ukrainian investors to consider such opportunities in the Republic of Moldova. The same is referred to the gas sector as well, just a few elements there because it only emphasized the regional importance. In 2022, Energocom was the biggest user of underground gas storage facilities in Ukraine. Despite the fact that some other European gas traders were afraid of how the whole situation will develop. And even more so, Moldova was the biggest promoter with the Ministry of Energy of dropping the tariff, this bundle tariff for the vertical corridor that comprises also the Trans-Balkan pipeline, and to have a reduced tariff for entry points for this whole vertical corridor to 50%. It's something we pushed from the start because when you have gas stored in the UGS in Ukraine, it also means more liquidity and more resources, financial resources for Ukraine due to these storage facilities, which, by the way, is one of the biggest in Europe, as we understand. And more so has to be done on cybersecurity. Recently, this triple cybersecurity alliance between Romania, Moldova, and Ukraine has been signed in Kiev, and we want even a specific focus on energy sector, because with Russia's attacks in Ukraine on our critical infrastructure, we need more focus on cybersecurity, we need more resilience, and even more so with the increase of renewables, because in Moldova we managed to increase these capacities by 12 times, but this has to be done in a rational and, I would say, with a forward thinking while we go forward. So there's a lot of opportunities ahead. We are more optimistic and I would say more positive. When it comes to building a resilient energy system, this goes hand in hand with building a resilient system for Ukraine as well.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Taking into consideration that you are a little bit in a rush.
Yes, I'm very sorry. I will have to go after.
Just a short question. You have touched upon it, but still the report stresses the need for trilateral cooperation between Moldova, Ukraine, and Romania on the reconstruction-related economic collaboration. From an energy perspective, what new mechanisms might be developed, and what would be the first practical step to make this coordination operational, in order to develop those which you have already mentioned in the first question?
So I think on one hand to involve the IFIs, EBRD, EIB, because we already have a few projects, right? We know these projects on the power lines. They had multiple different projects, and even these days we've been discussing about this. So we have Belt-Dnestrovsk 330 kV, which needs to go ahead. Why this project is very important? Because on one hand it allows for more renewables to be integrated. Very important for us, but even for Ukraine, because we could export this surplus of electricity, or when we cover our needs. And we know that the market is still in Ukraine is in very high needs of power volumes. This can be reflected. But also, Again, I would need to have a map. If you look at the interconnections at the north of Moldova, we have fewer such interconnections. So it's a matter of decongestion of the power system from the Republic of Moldova and securing this, we call it a circle. And we need such power lines also in the south between, for instance, that's why we are building Gutinaș-Strășeni. And there are some other projects right now under consideration. And our discussions with Moldelectrica, for instance, with our transmission system operator, is, for instance, to have a technical study where we are, a feasibility study, where all these power lines in the south, they are being considered, so between Romania, Ukraine, Moldova, and to understand strategically which one is providing net benefits, technical benefits, economic benefits, right, to all three sides. Because clearly, and also another aspect, by the way, the biggest potential in the Republic of Moldova for wind, it's also in the center and especially in the south of the country. Today we will see the admissibility for the second renewable tender, where we have 170 megawatts for wind and 44 minimum megawatts hour for storage. And to our knowledge, there might be also a big project in the south of the country of over 100 megawatts. More is to be seen, but that was the intention so far of what we were aware. What does this show? This shows the value, the importance, and interconnections they have. No matter how much you are going to install in terms of generation capacities, if you do not have interconnections, which they are like, like highways, ultimately. You can have as many cars as you have. If you don't have the infrastructure, then you will not be able to evacuate and to transport accordingly these volumes of electricity. And again, we believe also in Moldova, obviously, despite all the challenges that we have, but by the way, massive transformation in this sector has been done so far, we shall also think and reflect, and that's something for the investors to reflect upon, securing the needs, electricity needs of Ukraine. When you have over 60% of your generation capacities that were destroyed in Ukraine, they are importing from other countries, but why not Ukraine, why not Moldova to be able to also export these volumes of electricity? And in fact, in our NECP, National Energy and Climate Plan, such we see even being ourselves a net exporter in around 2035 period. Of course, if we have built all the interconnections required for such volumes.
Thank you, Carolina, very much for this meaningful insights.
I will just say the following, because I really apologize. I'll have to go for an emergency situation because we still have emergency situation in the energy sector. If there are specific questions on the energy side, please reach out to Mihai, to the team of Invest Moldova, and we will establish a meeting and answer more concretely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I will switch now to the Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development. Nikolai, infrastructure will play a vital role in the reconstruction of Ukraine. From a road infrastructure perspective, what are the top 2-3 priority projects that could improve the Moldova-Ukraine transport corridor? And also in the report, interviewees pointed out the constraints and insufficient crossing capacity at the Yampil-Soroka corridor, for example, and weak road infrastructure. Where do you see the biggest policy gap today for the infrastructure? Projects preparation capacity, cross-border coordination, or access to financing mechanisms?
Yeah, thank you. It's a very short and very important question. The answer is that the Republic of Moldova, together with Ukraine, started the processes to increase the logistics between the European Union through the Republic of Moldova to Ukraine in 24. In July 24 were approved the modification of new regulations related to the European
trans-European corridors in all types of transport. This means that starting with 24, Republic of Moldova and Ukraine, we are together part of these important corridors for the transports which are coming from European Union to Ukraine and vice versa. In this perspective, the Republic of Moldova starts a lot of projects with the preparation of feasibility studies related to the one of the big projects in our country. It's a highway that is linked Ungheni to Odessa region. Another one that you mentioned is Kosovo-Yampol Bridge that is now under the discussion when this project will go on and how it will be financed. We have finance and the documentation in hands on the one big project which is related to the Giurgiulești region, the project about the reconstruction of the existing road, the construction of new bypass of Giurgiulești, the development of the in this region of parking space, safe parking space for the road transport between the Romania and Ukraine. Another thing is that now we are working on the restructuring of the Moldovan railways. It means that up to the end of this year we will have restructured two companies, two joint stock companies, which will deal with the infrastructure separately of the railways. Another one will cover the logistic part and transportation. The scope of this restructuring is to have the liberalization of the logistic on the railway. We will open the possibility, we will start this procedure to open the transportation and the logistic possibility for any other company in this region to go through the Republic of Moldova and to link the Ukrainian side. So the infrastructure project that the Republic of Moldova now are developing, the ongoing projects, the new projects that will be developed, are about ensure the logistic and to have it as it possible verificated, because it's important for I think a lot of companies that will provide the materials, the goods from the EU to Ukraine and vice versa, to have any possibility of transportation. And in this matter, the Republic of Moldova, the Ministry of Infrastructure, are working now to create this possibility for the transportation and for the logistic companies.
Thank you, Nikolai. Probably it's worth mentioning here also the electrification of railway from Ungheni to Chisinau. But regarding the projects which you mentioned for the south of the country, for Giurgiulești region, do you have a deadline or established timetable?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, yes, the electrification of the railways, it's another huge project that is now under the feasibility study. We have a huge list of the feasibility studies that are now under the preparation in order to make this possibility to have the bankable and the mature project for financing to increase the capacity of transportation and these logistic chains between the European Union and Ukraine. Related to the Giurgiulești section, the Giurgiulești area and this project, the financing is covered 50-50. The 50% is a grant from the Commission. Another 50% is a loan from the EBRD that will be signed soon. The timeline for this project is end of 28, beginning of 29, depends on the tender procedure. The thing is that this project will link the Giurgiulești port, not only the private one, but the national Giurgiulești port that we have. It will link the railways and the highway to have this logistics center in the Giurgiulești. Another one will be built in Chișinău that is now under the feasibility study too. Another one that the logistics center that we will build in next few years, it's on the Ungheni region near the Berești. Each of these logistics centers has their own meaning to have a possibility for the trans-border of the goods from the railways to the road transport, from the road transport to the railways, to the ports, to the airports. Because, as you know, we have now one airport in Chișinău, but the Marculești airport, it's a part of this Chișinău airport, and we will use it especially to make possibility to have one airport in this region, to have the possibility to upgrade it into the cargo airport, to have all type of goods transported in all type of transport.
Thank you. We have discussed the public sector vision on this issue. Now I will shift to the private sector. First question here will be for you. The report is stating that logistics would be the connectivity backbone of reconstruction. In this sense, what assets in Moldova can best support reconstruction logistics, things like infrastructure, storage, or hubs?
Доброго дня. Дякую за запрошення. Дійсно, логістика буде рушійною силою для відновлення. Вона в цілому являється, як ми почули від колег, усіх проблеми з логістикою. Тому мені здається, що Молдова має стати операційним авіахабом для відновлення України. Що дозволить скоротити час доставки вантажів, з'єднати глобальні ринки, такі як Сполучені Штати, як Китай, звідки багато доставляється комплектуючих. І, на жаль, зараз немає прямого авіасполучення з Кишиневом, що дуже сильно ускладнює відновлення підприємств, відновлення виробничих потужностей для того, щоб економіка могла працювати, підприємства працювати, це і є саме відновленням. Також в Молдові потрібно розвивати мультимодальні хаби для того, щоб можна було забезпечувати рух в всіх напрямках, всього виду транспорту. Це досить потужно підсилить логістику як в Україну, так і з України вихід на інші ринки через Молдову. Ну і також допоможе і самій Молдові в подальшому економічному розвитку, так як логістика, вона зараз вирішує дуже багато речей. За допомогою таких хабів, запуску прямих авіарейсів між Китаєм, Сполученими Штатами і Кишиневом можна досягти сроків поставки до 3 днів з Китаю в Кишинів і, відповідно, 1-2 дня ще плюсом до України. Тобто, все ж таки, це буде важливий крок для подальшого відновлення. Дякую.
Indeed, the functioning of multimodal centers is a core for solving this problem. There is the intention of the government to build up the multimodal at Berești near the Romanian border. I have presented it during my introduction speech. The second one is the intention to have such a multimodal center near Chișinău. And last but not least is the potential of Mărculești Airport for cargo reasons. Matias, from the point of view of Danube logistics, what types of partnership actually work in practice to turn opportunities into real projects from what you have done already and what are the potential in the near future? Donor-related, joint ventures or PPPs, how do you see it in the future? Especially in the context of the reconstruction of Ukraine, for sure.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, Mr. State Secretary, that I see there's a lot of efforts in order to improve the connectivity around Port Georgialest complex, which is extremely important for us. Maybe in this context, before I more precisely respond to your question, it's worth to mention that we have two types of contributions actually to the reconstruction of Ukraine. And we have developed as a multimodal infrastructure hub for the Republic of Moldova. And since the beginning of the war, we have started to have clients from Ukraine in a bigger volume. So, you know, with export of grains, export of vegetable oil in the initial phase, and still today we have Ukrainian clients who are importing fuel, for example, or fertilizer. So that's one potential contribution of the port is being a transit hub. So for supply chains, also, I mean, it concerned the whole infrastructure, you know, the connecting Western Central Europe to Ukraine via Moldova. So Moldova, in this regard, is like a transit hub. Nevertheless, the infrastructure for such scenario must be well and good in place. And the second one is for investments in Moldova, who use Moldova as a hub, then in order to penetrate Ukraine. Also for this we have examples. I just want to mention that one of our residents is building up a heavy fuel facility in our port because he assumes that within the reconstruction a lot of bitumen, for example, will be required in the whole region, in Moldova as in Ukraine. So these are two important roles, I think, which is important to mention. Well, our experience with regard to donors, of course, is our shareholder is the EBRD, 100% for 5 years, and we have always been financed by the EBRD. So, and as we are privately organized, I think this is the preferable model, even if the EBRD were not the shareholder, but to obtain funding from an international financing institution. I think this is like our preferred way, because even if we are a transit hub, we are located like in Moldova, we are serving the Moldovan needs. I would think when we talk about transit corridors, for the railway or for the road, I think then bilateral or trilateral cooperations between Romania, Ukraine, Moldova probably would make sense.
Then a follow-up question. If we look in short term, what projects could realistically happen in 2026? Those on which you are working already, or those which just starting during these 3 months of 2026?
So the most important project is the extension of the capacities within the port in the moment. Our cargo terminal is heavily, let's say, overloaded. We have an enormous demand from Moldovan Moldovan clients. And also, it's also our priority. I mean, we are serving Moldova. We have many clients we cannot accept, also many Ukrainian clients. In between, we accept Ukrainian clients, of course, but this is a huge challenge. Project design, construction permit, everything is available. We want to build a new terminal. And now with the new investor coming in a very short period of time, the port of Constanța, we assume that we will start the investment into the new terminal as soon as possible. So this infrastructure capacity extension, having a modern infrastructure, having an up-to-date, a very efficient infrastructure, that's number one priority. And also there are some ongoing rehabilitations of George Less Station ongoing. It is extremely important. We have to think of how to manage also like the public traffic of the railway here, for example for transit trains, because we had an interesting experience. There was a constraint in 23 when trains coming from Ukraine passing via George Lest via Moldova, then further to Romania, and it's about capacity of the infrastructure, but it's also about management and it's about coordination. At that time we experienced that there was an insufficient coordination here, and that's why we also recommend, I mean, there must be some, or there should be some bodies, trilateral bodies between Romania, Moldova and Ukraine, and they should take care of bottlenecks, constraints.
A short one. What is today's capacity and how much you want to extend it according to the new terminal which you
Well, the port capacity itself, it's like 3.5 million, but it doesn't say a lot because we have different terminals and each terminal has to be valued by...
But it depends on the water level as
Yes,
well.
by itself. But we will build, we have a volume of 2 million in the private port, another 800,000 or so in the state port. And with a new terminal, we will extend another 1 million tons. But this is extremely important.
Thank you very much. Ludmila, I will switch to the Investment Office Regional Development Agency of Odessa region. The report calls Odessa the economic and logistics powerhouse of South Ukraine. As if we look toward regional recovery, what are the key investments and development priority for Odessa right now? And also the cross-border integration with Moldova is described as a natural corridor. What specific projects could immediately benefit from Moldovan participation?
Thank you, Mikhail, for question, and thank you, KSA, for these huge documents with its very really realistic information. Thank you, Maib, for the warm atmosphere. And let's go for the logistic potential of Odessa region. As you know, Odessa, there are 5 largest ports in Odessa, and I had a new investment passport just published for you.
In order to be correct with the figures, right?
Yeah. And 7 largest ports in Ukraine and 5 international transport corridors passing through the Odessa region. Completely, it's 20 road crossing points. So we had the same bottlenecks problem within our, in the crossroad points, and also big potential of our seaports. For example, 88 million tons was exported by sea. In this catalog, this passport, I had 2 biggest projects from Chernomorsk seaports and Pivdenne seaports. they needs investment. They're looking for investment for development of their infrastructure and recovering after the shelling. It's regarding the project. If we say something about energy cooperation, as my colleague Valentin Bogachuk said, 91 community there are in Odessa Oblast. 2.5 million people population live there, and all Gramadas looking forward to opportunity to be autonomic energy supply because of blackouts, because of shelling. So after we published in our digest opportunity to took part in some program to assess. In one day, 24 hours, we received 35 projects from Gramadas for CES, for infrastructure objects, you know. So it's very important, but now we have an investment proposal from Gromada, from Odessa region industrial parks, to start with renewable energy. For example, in 2024, total capacity of the Odessa region renewable energy infrastructure networks is 874 megawatt. It's a huge. And we have a proposal from the owner of industrial park and from manager company to start cooperate with Moldovan and Romanian investors to build CES and storage there and cooperate with it. It's a big opportunity. And I should say about agriculture infrastructure. You know, in Odessa region there are 247 hectares irrigation lands, but only 40 of them are irrigated now. You see how many needs to be supported, and so we're looking for investment from Moldovan. I saw the statistic how many exports from Ukraine, agri-food, for example, cross-border to Moldova. So it's good opportunity for Moldavian investors go to this region and start to work with that irrigation lands and produce many foods and make it cheaper for Moldova.
The truth is that we are not better than Ukraine on the irrigation side, unfortunately, but still putting efforts on that. Yeah. The second block, since we are running out of time, will be a short question to each of you, so I do expect also short answers as well. Nikolai, as I asked also Carolina, the report stressed the need for this trilateral cooperation between Romania, Moldova and Ukraine. From an infrastructure perspective, what new mechanisms might be developed and what would be the first practical step to make this coordination operational as soon as possible?
Yeah, actually, starting with 23, there is the Quad group of discussion we have once in 2 or 3 months meeting between the Ukraine, Moldova, Romania and the European Commission. There is a Quad meeting which is responsible for any bottlenecks in all the projects in the region. So now at this working group we have a discussion between our colleagues at the level of ministries related to the signing of memorandum of understanding between all three countries, and in coordination with the Commission to exclude all the cross-border bottlenecks. In this order, we have now 4 projects on the increasing capacity of the cross-border facilities in Ungheni, Leușeni, 2 in Ungheni, 1 in Leușeni, and 1 in Giurgiulești. The same discussion we have with this Quad group related to the cross-border projects between the Moldova and Ukraine. One of this project is Kosovo-Tiampol Bridge and connection roads to it. In this group, there are decisions related to cross-boarding facilities that we have now, and the projects that will be developed in next coming period.
This one sounds good. There is also a great project within the EU SAFE program, the highway from Iași to Chișinău and Odessa. You have mentioned the bottlenecks. This is why, Serhii, the next question will be for Nova Pošta. What are the priority bottlenecks which are to be resolved to scale cross-border connectivity and operations, from your point of view?
Ну, дивіться, в першу чергу це опять ж таки пропускні спроможності наших прикордонних переходів. Як на мене, потрібно збільшувати кількість смуг для вантажівок, які постійно перебувають в чергах. Потрібно створювати так звані спеціальні смуги для вантажівок, які перевозять спеціальні товари, які необхідні негайно в країні. Також таким обмежуючим фактором є митні пости. От у нас є свій митний пост, який працює не цілодобово, не 7 днів в неділю. Це також митний пост аеропорта, який також має обмежену кількість. Мені здається, що для того, щоб розвивати логістику, швидкість доставки, вони мають працювати цілодобово, або це має передаватися на частний сектор довірених логістичних операторів, але в тому числі держава за собою зберігає право і обов'язок перевіряти вибірково цих операторів для того, щоб не порушувалось. Тобто, і, напевне, третій – це все ж таки документообіг, який має перейти з паперового в цифровий, і гармонізація між Україною і Молдовою документообігу, щоб спростити простої на кордонах і розбирательств в паперах.
Thank you. Matias, I would keep the same question for you. So between border processes, capacity, standards, authorizations, interconnections, from your point of view, which should be addressed the first from the government perspective, but also from the perspective of business operators?
Well, I think we need to have a very efficient infrastructure. I mean, that the connectivity has to improve. I mean, still today, and it's not the fault of this government, it's an old story, but the road connections to the ports, the road connections between the countries, the railway connections, that must be everything in top shape. You know, I mean, even today, you know, that the railway connection to Chisinau within Moldova, it's still blocked. It's now now under repair, but the infrastructure must be in top shape. That's why we need a new terminal. The state needs to realize these infrastructure topics, and of course border control. We had years before it has improved, but trucks are still waiting at the border between Reni and Georgia Lest. Long time. It's a common process now, but these are the bottlenecks. And market access, by the way, I mean, it falls into trade barriers. So our clients had bad experience that certain products, for example, had let's say trade restrictions, and these kind of things there must be a committee or like a panel, as it was just mentioned, where we can escalate these topics. I think that's the most important.
Indeed, a fair comment. The Ministry of Infrastructure, for sure, noted already those bottlenecks and will address them in the near future. Many of them are already in the process. Last but not least, Ludmila, what role can regional authorities in Odessa play in facilitating business partnerships for the reconstruction projects? Do you have any incentives or any programs?
Agency was founded by the Odessa Oblast Administration and Odessa Oblast Council. So we provide strategy of development of infrastructure of Odessa region and provide support for business, government, and for private, for community in Odessa region. So by that strategy, we still ongoing with our services for all the projects. Now we are ongoing with the Moldova-Ukraine bridge project and skills. So it's ongoing. We are on the road to work with Moldovan and Romanian partners.
So we may rely on the Ukrainian authorities while providing data and all needed information for investment, right?
Yeah, we are ready to provide all information from our side. We got analytic departments in our office, so you're welcome.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all the speakers sharing their knowledge and perspectives, and I would encourage all of you afterwards, in case you have some additional questions, to address them during the break. Thank you very much.
Hi, I have a somewhat interesting position where I come after two panels. So let me see to what extent I can keep the audience I have here interested, because the panel is awesome, and to what extent we can get those that are enjoying their coffee to come and join us with their coffees. With that, let me start with the question. How many of you know who Mr. Ford is? Anyone? Wow, that's a very humble group. So you guys don't know who is the creator of the Ford car. Okay. Then perhaps you don't know what Mr. Ford was saying, but that even today is very relevant to what we're discussing. In his one of the famous quotes, he said, "You can burn my factory, you can take away my business, the one thing I need is my people, and we will rebuild right away." So my message today is about, in all the wonderful investment opportunities, in all the things possible, where do people, what's the role? And as Angeliki said in her earlier presentation, strategy, great, financing, even better, enabling workforce. So that word, seemingly kind of standard workforce is what we at the UNFPA, United Nations Population Fund, call human capital. It's those people that will make it possible. So please allow me to invite my distinguished panel, starting with His Excellency Minister of Health, Professor Emil Cebanu. And then, of course, my distinguished panelist, I'm going to butcher Anna's last name, so if I can invite, and Anna, if you can welcome to the panel. Thank you for making it all the way here. And I will give you an opportunity to introduce yourselves much properly. And then, of course, Eugenia, please come and join us here. Forgive me for being somewhat casual with last names. It's the last panel, and I'm not sure I can do the justice to the last names. So let me go straight to the panel. Let me, and again, try to link to the realities of what was so extensively discussed. A number of you may be thinking, what does UNFPA, a population fund, has to even do standing here on the stage, let alone moderating? And we come here from that angle of human capital, people that we need to activate. We were just talking to Eugenia. Half of working age women in Moldova are out of the workforce. I mean, you guys are business people. Does it say anything to you? So if it doesn't, then I'm going to give the floor to His Excellency, Professor Minister Emil Cebanu. And I am going to ask you a question on your perspective on how Moldova is evolving into a cross-border health hub and partnering with frontline centers, the very perinatal centers that you promote to ensure that no one is left behind nowhere. And what does it mean to deliver on the vision that we have just discussed in terms of bringing Moldova as a partner in Ukraine reconstruction, activating its healthy workforce? Over to you, Minister. And you have 7 minutes.
Mulțumesc, am să vorbesc în limba română. Sigur că discutăm foarte de mult acest lucru. Mă bucur că societatea, toată lumea din jur deja s-a schimbat mentalitatea și vede medicina nu ca un sector care folosește mult bani, nu ca un sector care este o povară pe economie, dar vede medicina ca un factor de dezvoltare economică, ca un factor de dezvoltare a societății, vede ca un viitor investiții în mame sănătoasă, nașteri fiziologice, copii sănătoși, populație sănătoasă, viitor pentru dezvoltarea economiei țării. Și Republica Moldova, deci alături de Ucraina, suntem și am fost permanent alături. Deci vedem un ajutor enorm în schimbarea lucrurilor, în promovarea sănătății, în investiții în sănătate, într-așa un mod ca să fim de ajutor, să fim parte componentă, mai ales că suntem cei mai aproape, avem foarte multe lucruri comune și ne doare și pe noi acest lucru. În primul rând, Ministerul Sănătății astăzi facem multe reforme. Încercăm cu reforma medicinii primare, medicinii de familie, regionalizarea spitalelor, construcția 2 spitale deci regionale, investiția sau redistribuirea și regionalizarea multor deci, poziții din sistemul de sănătate, cum este oncologia, în alți spitalicești. Deci, de aceea, aceste lucruri ar fi foarte mult de folos atunci când am putea ajuta colegii noștri și prietenii din România, din Ucraina. Inclusiv s-a vorbit acest lucru și săptămâna trecută, 2 săptămâni în urmă, când am fost în România, și România tot ar fi să ne participăm, să conlucrăm împreună acest lucru. Deci, chiar după sărbătorile de Paște începem reforma deci, în sănătate mentală. Deci încercăm să reorganizăm tot serviciul de sănătate mentală. Știm cu toții că astăzi acest lucru este foarte important pentru toți. Și pentru Republica Moldova, pentru toată întreaga Europa, toate crizele care sunt în jurul nostru, începând de la COVID, războiul, deci din Ucraina, deci uitați la toate crizele care le-am avut și acum, și cele meteorologice și energetice care sunt, ele toate acționează asupra deci, populației. Aceasta acționează asupra copiilor. Deci ne dorim în planul de dezvoltare a instituțiilor noastre, deci modernizarea, deci secții pentru deci sănătate mentală pentru copii, respectiv adicțiile care sunt acum, numărul foarte mare de diferite dereglări de dezvoltare a copiilor, și acest lucru ar fi o parte componentă. Alt indicator și ceea ce vedem noi în acest domeniu este reabilitarea. Avem nevoie de toate felurile de reabilitare care sunt. Astăzi, Ministerul Sănătății lucrează și deja la o etapă de implementare cu Banca Mondială de un proiect pe reabilitare. Deci acest proiect prevede 2 spitale, unul pentru maturi și unul pentru copii, care să fie metodologic deci central, și 25 de spitale deci, din regiuni. Noi avem tangență regiunile atât la nord, avem cât la sud, și inclusiv și partea de centru, unde o să avem o infrastructură foarte serioasă de dezvoltare a reabilitării medicale. Și am putea să luăm asupra noastră niște poziții de reabilitare de diferit gen, și psihologică, și deci medicală, și post-operatorii, post-protezări, multe lucruri care sunt. Deci sunt, iată, numai niște elemente foarte, foarte importante care vorbim. Acum spune accent pe medicina de familie foarte mult. Ducem tratative cu partenerii noștri din deci, a sistemului de sănătate pentru a ajuta medicii de familie să avem mobilități, să dăm mașini. Deci, cabinetele prietenoase tinerilor le deschidem. Deci, deschidem pentru medici de familie cabinet pentru mame și copii. Toate aceste lucruri ar favoriza și am putea deci, primi deci, o parte din pacienți, din cei care sunt astăzi în Republica Moldova, din Ucraina, și invers, care să vină, deci diferite metode de tratament, deci până și să discută împreună cu Ministrul Sănătății României să avem un program internațional de o medicină de urgență transfrontalieră. Așa un mod ca să putem face față lucrurilor și să susținem deci, colegii noștri din Ucraina. Cam în linii generale acest lucru pe care noi îl vedem, dar cel mai important asta este investiția în resursa umană, investiția în sănătate, investiția în care ar aduce deci, efect în reconstrucția deci, Ucrainei. Mulțumesc!
Thank you, Minister. I think this is exactly where we start, right? You all heard dezvoltare economia, economic development, and then mari sănătate, which I assume means great health, right? The two are linked. And hearing it from the minister himself, I really hope allows us to frame the discussion. And again, right, roads, bridges, reconstructions, buildings, critical. But we need healthy people with mental ability to be part and parcel of what this reconstruction is going to be all about. So now please allow me to move to Anna Onishenko. I did it. And then, Anna is bringing a slightly different perspective. While you guys will allow me to break, given the look on Alexandru's face, we have an inclusion from Ukraine, and then we will continue. Stay with us after the break. I really feel like a CNN anchor.
Thank you, Karina, and apologies for interrupting, but we have Yegor Pereligin, who is the Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine, connected, and he will say a few words to us. So apologies, Anna, for interrupting, but I think it's... Mr. Deputy Minister, thank you for being with us today, remotely. Do you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you, I can hear you just fine.
Thank you, that's great. We are having a conversation based on the study which was prepared by Kyiv School of Economics, looking at a few industries. I'm pretty sure you have taken a look at the study. So we've heard from the Deputy Prime Minister earlier in the morning about how Moldova is, as a public sector, as administration, looking at the potential of the investments and economic development contributing to Ukraine's reconstruction. Can you say a few words from your side? What is there as potential, and how do you see the development? And what can we do also as a business community and also development partners community in order to contribute to that?
Yes, of course. Thank you. Perfect. Yeah, I would like to say that, look, it's a great opportunity to speak and talk to you today. We value highly the fact that we are integrated in one, I would say, geographical space. It's very important to take note of that, because as things change, as history changes, as geopolitics change, what remains stable and the same are the core people and the core countries and the core regional allies that have remained with you. And it is very and highly important to understand that your geographical constraints and your, I would say, value chain constraints and supply chain constraints are always the factors that will shape or make or break the future of any country, any investment capability, any reconstruction capability, economic growth capability, etc., etc. So I would like to say that Ukraine's reconstruction, it's not only about, better rebuilding or about just simply reconstruction. It is an economic opportunity in Europe that Europe has not seen in decades. It's something that probably, well, as we all understand, the level and magnitude of such a conflict hasn't been seen for since World War II in Europe, on European soil. So we understand that according to the latest, RDNA 5 report, which is framed as the rapid damage and needs assessment by the World Bank, the recovery and reconstruction needs are at around $588 billion over the next decade. Can you imagine, and can you see the size and the magnitude of the capex, of the investment requirements, of the infrastructural needs that the economy will need right in the middle of Europe? This is something that will be able to reshape supply chains, infrastructure, energy development, regional economic configuration, and I want to emphasize the word regional economic configurations. And Ukraine is not at the moment is not waiting for the war to end. We are constantly building, rebuilding, reconstructing, and trying to improve things. And a lot of businesses, a lot of operators are already investing, heavily developing, what is needed to keep the economy going. I believe that this creates an amazing opportunity for companies that work across our two countries, and this creates possibilities for synergy and synchronization effects. What is key and most important today, it is that we must remain focused on the ability to move projects forward and create interesting investment opportunities, even in a wartime scenario, under current risk conditions. And I believe that countries like Moldova and important neighboring countries and important partners of Ukraine, like Moldova, are positioned ideally to actually have the acumen, have the understanding, the expertise, and the capability to actually integrate much more deeply in the reconstruction processes, even during the wartime. I would say that anything that goes from energy, which is our first level or first line of priority, towards, building better decentralized resilient generation and, developing better renewable energy generation with storage capabilities. Because one of the key important moments that we have seen during this war and that we have seen during the last economic developments of the last decade is that, for example, solar generation without battery storage is not as viable as it can be, is not as good as it can be. So examples like this, they show that we can create actually a corridor, an energy-related corridor and a logistics-related corridor, which would encompass investment, trade, manufacturing capabilities, manufacturing clusters, energy diversification, agricultural processing, construction materials, as a regional power play between our two countries. And we see that this is not a theoretical exercise. This is an operational exercise because it's already being, created with many of the participants from European continent and from European operators. And we see that Moldova is a country that knows Ukraine, that knows Ukrainian people, that knows the reality of doing businesses in Ukraine, is well positioned in that sense. I want to say that overall, energy enables industry. We have to understand that logistics connect markets, and industries, in the end, they drive growth, economic development, and export potential. To kind of conclude, I just want to say that the reconstruction effort is not just a global story. It's also a very important regional story. And this is exactly why we would like to see a regional story being developed. Ukrainian companies like, Nova Poshta and SkyUp Airlines, they have expanded their operations in Moldova. They've built logistics, mobility, connectivity. And this has been just the beginning. We want to kind of have this inflow and cross-flow of operators and partners and businesses going from one side to the other and creating exactly a geographical corridor, because our common future in the end is actually a European Union future. So in that sense, this would be logical to move into that future together. And actually, when you think about it, creating and developing all of these projects, it poses a massive question of, risk sharing, de-risking, insurance activities, aligning to gather and attract more long-term capital. This is an ideal exercise for regional projects where we can actually try to find frameworks and common ways to de-risk projects and attract capital into common corridor-related projects together. And this can create an opportunity, because that would create an opportunity through risk-sharing mechanisms. So we invite Moldovan businesses, and institutions to actually explore concrete opportunities in Ukraine's recovery, work closely with our institutions institutions and organizations, especially with our Ukrinvest institution as a good direct entry point. And we invite your side to review all of our project pipelines, partner with our companies, and basically try to find a way to become a part of this interesting, unique, historical, unique opportunity for Europe and for the region. So in that sense, thank you very much. It was a pleasure, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister, and it's resonating so well with what we've heard in the study, but also in on the conversations. I will just catch one of the phrases you said is just the beginning. We'd like to have this as a beginning of the developments in a structured conversation, and we'll close by saying what the Deputy Prime Minister said in the morning, that maybe we meet in Gdansk, for instance, and discuss this in a more structured way with Romania, Moldova, Ukraine as a regional opportunity of cooperating and contributing to the reconstruction. Thanks once again to for taking the time and being with us today. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so let me pick up on where the Deputy Prime Minister left it, where Alex picked it up, and also pick up on something you just heard, writing a story. Who writes stories? Can I bring you right back into where we started? Stories are written by people. Stories are written by people who believe, who have compassion, just like our colleagues from Ukrinvest, from before we had a colleague here from Moldova Invest. That's what it is, and I really hope that together we come out of here thinking projects as written by people. And then that brings me perfectly well to Anna, and let me just repeat it again, Onishenko. And Anna is the Partnership for Resilient Ukraine. So she will talk to us, yes, about a physical reconstruction, but she will bring a fascinating term that I kind of really, I woke up in the night thinking about soft systems. So I would love to hear Anna unpack a bit of the soft systems, shared regional assets, and of course EU framework, so that we are moving towards what's believed to be an East Gate grouping, building the cross-border projects, one of which UNFPA Moldova also proudly recently launched, a cross-border crisis center for women impacted by gender-based violence. And so without any further ado, let me give it to Anna to speak about cross-border social infrastructure and all that actually supports, attracts, and retains the workforce. Anna, the floor is yours. It's good to be standing so you guys don't go into your mobile and you have a diversity of views there and here.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be here today and to participate in this honorable panel. I feel like I need to say a few words about the Partnership Fund for Resilient Ukraine, which explains how I fit into this dialogue today. So it's a 150 million pounds multi-donor program designed to strengthen Ukraine's resilience in the face of Russian aggression. We work in 10 frontline and border regions, oblasts, and with local communities, and supporting resilience through the whole maturity span, starting with the basic one of all, survival, safety, protection, but then also access to critical services, critical infrastructure, social services, such as education, healthcare, economic livelihood, and then going to more complex issues impacting the health of the whole society, such as reintegration of vulnerable populations, who we call actually resilient population, and transition justice and culture and identity. And I would like to continue that message which Karina started in the introductory speech. It's a very simple but a very important shift in perspectives. That reconstruction of Ukraine is not about rebuilding what was destroyed. It's about building systems that service people. Systems inclusive, sustainable, efficient, and resilient. We have recently done a research what Ukrainians actually mean by resilience in their everyday life, in the circumstances of the protracted war. And apparently, resilience is no longer understood as bouncing back, like a very classic definition. It's now perceived as a permanent transition, and solutions which bring this adaptive change are very important. Healthcare and social services are not secondary to these solutions. They are actually very fundamental because they bring economic recovery, workforce inclusion, and long-term stability. And here I think that Moldova's role is actually not just of a supportive neighbor, but it's more strategic. And we've heard a lot today about hubs, yes, energy hubs, logistics hubs, and maybe I will not be innovative, but I also see this as a cross-border service hub. We shall be aiming to build integrated cross-border service ecosystem, which will include Moldova, Ukraine, and Romania. But to understand the opportunities, to fully understand the opportunities, we also need to understand the scale of the challenge. Ukraine already now has about 1.5 million of veterans who are expected to grow to 2.5 million by the end of the war. If we include family members, that goes up to 5-6 million. Ukraine experiences daily war-caused injuries, and we already have 350,000 of people injured and with physical disabilities, adding to the total number of 3 million. Then another invisible trend, which is impacting even a larger portion of the population. 80% of Ukrainians are experiencing psychological distress. 1/3 of the population is having symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder or even complex post-traumatic stress disorder. These are not marginal numbers. Ukraine may become Europe's largest mental health and physical rehabilitation challenge for decades. And here, where Moldova's role is very clear, and it's actually even multidimensional. It's healthcare cross-border infrastructure. It's best-in-class mental health and physical rehabilitation prosthetics service provision. It's manufacturing of medical equipment and components, like prosthetics components, and also training and workforce development. If I have time, I may speak briefly about each of them. So cross-border infrastructure, it's about rebuilding, building, as Minister Mista actually mentioned, or modernizing hospitals, which will serve not just Moldova, but will serve both countries. And these hospitals could provide such highly in-demand services as mental health, physical rehabilitation, prosthetics, reconstructive surgery, maternal and pediatric care. And this can actually bring Moldova together with Ukraine to becoming a center of expertise for the region, for the whole Europe, or maybe even for the whole world. And I'll explain why I think so. Ukraine, under extreme pressure, has pioneered best-in-class physical rehabilitation services. Rehabilitation begins right after injury, not after patient discharge. Care is delivered by multidisciplinary teams of physiotherapists, psychologists, prosthetics, working together as one team. And Superhumans is an excellent example of such excellent, best-in-class, and scalable support. They opened in Lviv, they are now scaling up with the 2 more centers, one in Odessa, one in Dnipro city. So it's about leveraging on such experiences, building partnerships, and learning from each other. Now, very practical constraint, medical equipment and prosthetics. Ukraine depends 95–99% on high advanced components. These are imported. Local production also covers a very small share, 10–15% of low to mid-tech components. So this is what it means for Moldova. Fast component manufacturing, sockets, adapters, mechanical joints. You don't need to compete with the world giants like Germany or the US. Second, it's logistic optimization, creating regional hubs for medical equipment and creating logistic corridors for their supply to Ukraine. And thirdly, distributed manufacturing, like 3D printing networks. So I want to conclude with the soft element, because Ukraine's care system is functioning, but it's very overstretched, underpaid and exhausted workers, informal coping mechanisms, declining workforce capacity and productivity. Even before the war, nursing workforce was declined by 30%. Now we have 5.6 million of Ukrainians living abroad, many of them women, and it's a backbone of the care system. So what shall we do? We shall design joint training programs, EU, Moldova, Ukraine, fast-track certification and skills recognition, especially in rehabilitation, mental health, and social care. Secular migration models, train in the EU or in Moldova, work in Ukraine, where is this huge pipeline of experience you can get, then you relocate back. Bilateral agreements and staff exchange programs, again, learning from each other. What I want to conclude with that Moldova's role is not peripheral to Ukraine's reconstruction. And it's not about just recovery. We shall aim to build a regional model based on interdependency, shared capacity, and integrated systems.
Awesome. Can I just say? Now, just to demonstrate further that this is the most agile and resilient platform, let me introduce yet another change, to which again I will need Alexandru come and help me. Full disclosure, right after this panel, and thank you again, Minister, for your resilience. The Minister is joining UNFPA in launching a newly renovated frontline clinic, to which I cajoled Anna to join us. So on the ground, we can explore together on what is possible in terms of partnership. And with that, I'm going to, have the opportunity to, first of all, welcome Eugenia, but also pass the torch of my notes to Alexandru, who is going to give Eugenia an opportunity for a more, for a more hands-on discussion on really the people's component of what it means. And with that, if I can steal the two members of the panel and disappear, and thank you very much for staying with me through this section.
Thank you, Karina. Eugenia, it's us on the stage. Very quickly, we'll wrap up this conversation about the social aspect and the skills and the human capital conversation. You have a lot of experience in the subject of combining the skills and the human capital capabilities from Ukraine and Moldova, based on your personal experience and the company's experience. Could you share a bit, how do you see it? What was the experience so far? And how do you see it going further? To which extent you see the potential? And what would be, let's start with your experience so far, but then we can get in exploring it further on.
Alexander, thank you. And I want to tell that our conversation of today is very emotional. I think for all of us, people from Ukraine, people from Moldova, and for me also is very emotional and very important. Thank you for this opportunity to be a part of this discussion. And I have some notes to be more effectively in my discussion. And I briefly explain why, as representative of Dopomoga Group, I can speak about the people, workforce. We are a recruitment and workforce company. Workforce solution company operating in Moldova for over 20 years, and in Ukraine for more than 30 years.
Okay.
We work directly with companies facing workforce shortage, so I will share what we see in practice. From our perspective, the main challenges is simple. There are not enough people. And this is already happening across the region. Over the past 2 years, we have received requests from Ukrainian companies looking to hire workers from Moldova. But the reality is Moldova have the same problem. Especially for blue collars, almost every company here is already facing a shortage of people. Here we have one of solutions to import the people for blue collars positions. And also we have 51% of women in Moldova of working age that don't work. And we can develop a system that allows them to be involved in the activities. And this leads to a more important point. The solutions is not only about finding more people. The solutions is how to organize workforce in a smarter and more structured way. And this is also reflected in a broader analysis. Reconstruction is not only about infrastructure, but also about workforce skills and service models that support it. This means Moldova can act as support platform, helping organize people, processes, and services around reconstructions projects. Moldova also has a strong multilingual workforce with professionals who speak English, Romanian, Ukrainian, also French, German, Italian, and Spanish. This makes it easier to coordinate international teams and work effectively with partners across different regions. There is also a large diaspora with international experience, many of whom are open to returning or of contributing in international projects. At the same time, Moldova has a well-developed ecosystem for business services, and you know, Alexander, including recruitment, HR, payroll, and back office support, delivered a high professional services and service at a professional level and competitive cost. This is why solutions such as workforce mobility, training, and cross-border coordination became critical. So the value of Moldova and our people is the ability to coordinate, support, and scale workforce and services in a place at the right time, at the right place at the right time. And this is exactly where Moldova can add real value.
Thank you, Eugenia. That's very promising as potential. Constraints? What, on a practical level, what are the constraints you are seeing besides the mismatch between demand and the offering on the human capital market? What are the other constraints which, once removed, could be actually helping to make that process smoother? Where would you start if you would say you'd be working on the public policies level in both countries, actually? If there is something which you'd see as an opportunity to be explored in a bilateral dialogue which would facilitate that, what would you do? What would be your first thought on that?
Thank you, Alexander, for this question. From our practice, many of these questions come down to the same point, how to organize workforce. Mm-hmm. In the realistic structure and effective way. Because the challenge is not only about availability, these people, but about how quickly and effectively they can be mobilized, first, integrated and supported. And this is exactly where practical experience became critical in building processes that actually work to scale.
Okay, so basically it's focus on efficiency, make it more efficient, using technology to advance basically the added value generated. And with that in mind, let me put the last question. What would be your hope for growing in Moldova and in Ukraine for the next 5 years? From your company's standpoint, where do you see it? I can help by saying that, for instance, we, and I can talk on PwC's behalf as well. We are planning to expand our team, at least double it in the upcoming 3 years, working for services provisions to external markets than Moldova. What would be your hope and eventually a plan to expand if there is a proper climate in doing business in Moldova for you?
I think here we can say about the information. Mm-hmm. Information people, and training people, and work with students, with universities to make more activities that attract
that would bring them into their perimeter of interest. How many people do you have in Moldova today?
22.
22. And in Ukraine?
In Ukraine now we have 10, 12.
Okay.
And it was 1,000.
Okay, it was 1,000. So you decreased dramatically. What's your hope for 2029? How many would you like to be then?
I don't know if it will be about number of people.
Okay.
Maybe it will be about effectivity.
Okay.
And results and international side. I mean here we can work not in Moldova, we can work in Romania, that we have some cases where we are more qualitative, that services and...
The services per division is more qualitative, you mean?
Yes.
Okay, that's point taken. Thank you very much, Eugenia, for being with us today. And by this, we will close this panel and we'll move to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you.
We dive straight into the panel. Since we don't have much time, because we basically used all the time, I will invite the panelists here on the stage. Marina Klistun, just to say it right, Executive Director of Ukraine Invest. Alexandru Kosovan, Associate Director, Senior Banker at EBRD Moldova. Levon Kanikian, CEO, Victoria Bank Moldova. Oleg Sirenko, partner at Diligent Capital Partners, and Andrian Gutsu, U Capital UMIF. Thank you for making time for this panel. I understand it's already late, so prior to dive in, okay, you better see here. I'm gonna, yeah, it's good that we have two women on the panel when we talk about finance. That's important to mention. Usually it's just men. So I would want to kind of try to frame the panel that we have today and the discussion. So basically Ukraine reconstruction is 588 billion agenda. The financing architecture is already moving. The Ukraine investment framework has 9.5 billion euro. EBRD has committed over 9 billion euro. EIB over 4 billion, and private equity funds totaling 1.5 billion euro are actively deploying capital. War risking insurance mechanisms are emerging, the money is flowing. The question is, where does Moldova fit? So basically today's panel will be to discuss how do we structure these finances that are flowing and how we will not leave Moldova outside of these financing instruments. One thing is, we have to be honest, we have Organization for Entrepreneurship Development, ODA, who have some tools to de-risk capital, but they are very domestic. We have programs like 373, but they are for local companies. And to our regret, ODA is not a DFI that can help Moldovan companies to de-risk the capital when going into projects like reconstruct Ukraine. So now we have to rely on international DFIs. We talk about EBRD, EIB, and other equity funds. That's why we have on the panel the most important guys and girls who can talk about these parts of the issue and how we address it. I will start with Marina. We basically had, I think, 1 or 2 months ago, you signed a memorandum with the Invest Moldova, and the study showed that we have project opportunities of $590 million across Odessa, Vinnytsia, and Chernivtsi. Tell us how investment agency can take these projects, make them visible for Moldovans, Moldovan investors, and make sure that Moldovans are part of the agenda.
Thank you very much for the question. I will be short. As I mentioned, Ukraine Invest is a vis-a-vis of Invest Moldova, and we are all working on attracting the investments into key sectors of the economy. And since we are the close neighbors, both in terms of the factual geography as well as in the framework of our European Union path, I think the best way is that we evaluate the pipeline of the projects, especially in such important regions as Odessa, Vinnytsia, and Chernivtsi, and can facilitate and determine the investor interest from both sides. Also, as both countries, they do provide a kind of set of incentives, and the Ukrainian government is currently also very active in that, trying to support all such key sectors as energy for sure, as defense and IT, and also agri-processing, key generators of economic growth. And we can think over first evaluating the opportunity, doing matchmaking, and also understanding how we could blend those instruments depending on the project structure. So this is actually my first initial thought, and practically we just need to start doing that. And there are projects already highlighted in the research made by KSE, and that's actually a very comprehensive roadmap of projects. We can use them as a flagship list and move further.
And I will stay with you because I will try to do two questions with each of you and then conclude. Let's talk a little bit about Ukraine Facility Program. You overseen the Pillar 2 of this program. The study maps 26 approved UIF private sector programs worth 3.6 billion. But notes that Moldovan companies cannot access them directly. What is the most realistic entry pathway for a Moldovan company? Is that, so do they need to have a joint venture, a contractor roles, or establishing Ukrainian presence? So how Moldovan companies can basically be part of this Ukrainian facility program?
Actually, indeed, Ukraine Investment Framework is the mechanism which is actively and efficiently working in Ukraine. About the figure, I think that is quite a dynamic understanding because there is also a process of allocating, signing, and etc. So that at URC 2026-5 there has been an announcement of 2.3 billion, but the main thing is that, let's say, around 1 billion was private projects in the energy sector particularly, so we are moving in the right direction. As for the access to the programs, yes, joint venture is the right path to assess the possibilities of Ukraine Investment Framework. And currently we have a call for proposal for business which is willing to finance a certain level of funds, like 50 million, into Ukraine, and there has to be a sufficient skin in the game from 10 to 30% just to be eligible for IFIs, DFIs, and that could be a kind of consortium project even with the European companies, Moldovan and Ukrainian. So there is a way, but I guess the more practical approach to that is to approach Ukraine Invest and Ukrainian part to evaluate those opportunities and to see how we could structure them and streamline from the point of access to finance. And also was actually worth to admit that there will be another rounds of those calls, so it's a good room of opportunity for us.
Yeah, thank you. I hope it's going to be super visible for Moldovans as well, so we will not miss those calls.
No, we will ensure that you are informed properly via Invest Moldova. about that.
I will move to Alexandru Kosovan. So the question is about EBRD, War Risking Insurance Facility. You basically have a special program related to that. So how do we do that Moldovan companies, including those that wants to participate in Ukraine reconstruction efforts, can, be part of these programs? What are the ticket size? What are the key aspects for bankable investment?
Thank you, Stella. And let me start, first of all, by appreciating the diligent work done on the study by the Kyiv School of Economics and the partners that contributed to that. A very insightful report with quite good recommendations to the national authorities and to the private sector to get inspired and get ideas that they could then implement. Hopefully this translates into investable initiatives that we would be glad to actually look at the appropriate time. As was said previously, time is of the essence, and Moldova has to be ready when the time comes, and it's already now. So I think a strong Moldova would be a great benefit to Ukraine. Having said that, and now that you mentioned about the financing instruments that can be deployed to support companies, including to enhance, the cooperation with and towards Ukraine. Well, besides working with the public sector, the bank actively works with the private sector alike. So we work with the local and foreign investors. We have a full-fledged office, of course, that covers Ukraine. So Ukrainian companies can kind of address our colleagues there, or they could come here and we could either treat them as foreign direct investors, or they could benefit of financing in their, let's say, home country. This could be then translate into cross-border projects. We work with foreign investors in various ways, so we can provide the financing to the partner, to the parent company, which could then be channeled to the country of interest. So it could be a Ukrainian company that would like to do a project in Moldova, or if it has a subsidiary, it could finance that company here in Moldova under a parent company guarantee as appropriate. Ticket size, financing amounts, we can start basically as low as basically $500,000 if it is justified, but we could go even to up to like 300 million per project. The cap is really more of a constrained by the debt capacity of the project, of the company that would be considering undertaking this financing. But we are very flexible in that sense. Each project is assessed on its own merits, so there are no standardized products as such, but it's quite cash flow focused, I would say. So we would have to take into account the viability of that project, and that affects, of course, the tenor and the overall financing provided. We do both debt and equity, and whatever is in between, like mezzanine financing if required. Debt is, however, like loans, is the prevalent instrument that we are using and have been using, and it can be corporate finance, like corporate loans, or could it be project finance. We could also do bonds, so it's quite versatile in that sense as well. In terms of bankability, what it takes, what are the key ingredients there? Let's just point to make everybody's life easier. So first of all, a robust and experienced investor, sponsor, guarantor, on the one hand side. On the other hand side, that would be, a strong business case. Market, commercial viability, technical, financial fundamentals should be there. And I think it's kind of, it basically summarizes it. From a trade support perspective, the bank also works with a number of partner banks locally, and actually it's both in Ukraine and in Moldova to facilitate and guarantee cross-border trade. And you have brought up the war risk insurance with AON. It's actually a tailor-made, a highly innovative facility to basically revitalize the war risk insurance market in Ukraine. That's basically a response action trying to show our agility and trying to help the Ukrainian market. That's actually to boost the provision of reinsurance capacity to private sector insurance. Basically, EBRD would support global reinsurance companies with a guarantee covering losses on certain war-related risks underwritten by Ukrainian insurers. So it's quite country-specific in this case. Moldovan companies would not be covered by that particular instrument in Ukraine, right? But we can support Moldovan companies in other ways. Here I would like to bring the actual project finance, in addition to the trade finance facilities that I have mentioned through the local banks, just focusing on corporates like SMEs, right? So we have various credit lines through local banks. Some of them even offer like grant incentives, grant support. It could be up to 15% per sub-loan, per project, with the courtesy of the EU that we are partnering with to enable such projects to a number of local banks. SMEs can be joint ventures. It could be joint Moldovan, Ukrainian companies. So they have to be based here. The manufacturing has to be based here. But of course, you can you would export wherever it's necessary. So we try to be as versatile as possible, responding to country needs, and we actually quite encourage cross-border and cooperation platforms of various sorts.
So we cannot use this tool for now to ensure, for example, our cargoes going into Ukraine.
To the best of my knowledge, it's not possible. I mean, in that direction. It's available to Ukrainian insurers. So if an Ukrainian insurer would prefer to do so, it can consider that. But it's not something that we would kind of confirm right now.
But can we expand on Moldovan somehow? Can we think about a framework? Because now we don't have a local DFI, so that might have this instrument. What can we do for Moldovan companies to be able to,
Look, EBRD is a very demand-driven institution. We are both proactive in proposing, solutions, but also to get them implemented requires, a counterpart that wants to, develop and undertake that. So in that sense, we look forward to discuss with the insurance companies to explore what's possible and what's necessary. So I guess we are very open to consider it.
So next time when we meet on this panel, you will deliver the fact that we already did that, hopefully.
Well, are there any insurance companies in the room, by the way?
I don't think so.
Okay. But maybe next time we join and discuss with them, because this would be a response to their needs.
Exactly. Thank you. We will move forward to Mr. Levon. You've worked across Ukraine, Romania, and Moldova. The study says that the Moldovan banks could channel international guarantee facilities like EU for business to SMEs in reconstruction supply chains. Is Victoria Bank doing this today, and what it would take to scale it?
Thank you for the question. Let me start being a bit blunt.
Please.
The whole banking sector of Moldova is just 5 billion euros. And the reconstruction of Ukraine, you mentioned, is around 600 billion euro estimated as at today. And the war still continues. So just comparing those two figures, we can draw a conclusion what's the role of Moldovan banks in this project, rather minimal, to be direct and concrete. Though this does not mean not at all. And to answer your question, no, we are not right now considering any projects in Ukraine while the war is ongoing. However, if there are several facilities and there are companies from Moldova which would like to expand their business operations, we would gladly consider. As at today, we're doing the other side of the border, so we are financing companies which are having their business in Moldova and are expanding in Romania. So we do have an understanding how this works, and we do have an understanding how to evaluate those risks. We do benefit from the fact that we are present in Romania as well via Banca Transilvania, our main shareholder, which is the leading bank in Romania. However, this does not mean we cannot build same capacity for Ukraine.
But from commercial bankers' perspective, are clients actually asking for dual country financial products? Or this is still theoretical?
This is very much theoretical. Usually the companies are being financed in the country where there are main operations and main sources of revenue, and then they are investing in the countries where they would like to expand.
You recently acquired Microinvest. Do you see somehow this microfinance institution being involved in helping companies to, that wants to go lending money to agricultural companies, for example, that wants to get into this Ukraine reconstruction supply chains? Do you have such plans in general? Do you see it somehow playing a role?
Well, let me make several clarifications. Yeah, so Microinvest indeed is the largest non-bank financial institution in Moldova, recently acquired by us. It's the 5th largest lender in the country, but it's fully Moldova focused. And it is focused on clients which are either non-bankable or are not yet bankable. So their main business of model is rather microfinancing, focused on Moldova. So to answer to your question, obviously no, there is very little chance that a company which is focused on Moldova and understands how the small businesses, micro businesses and micro farmers work in Moldova will have any chance to provide lending across the border to similar Ukrainian customers. However, we do not exclude the option to expand cross-border the business by establishing there a similar structure. Having the technology, having the strong partnerships with international lenders, and understanding that the local Ukrainian small farmers or small businesses are operating more or less in the same conditions like the Moldovans are. So there are many synergies and understanding how these things function across the border.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So do you see a role of Moldovan companies in reconstruction of Ukraine, and which companies, like from your perspective, will be those who will cross the border first?
In my opinion, first will be the companies who are producing construction materials and similar industries. Those are the first who will benefit from the opportunities from the reconstruction of Ukraine. The other option will be most likely the companies which are operating in the energy sector, especially renewables, and if the local companies can also master stocking of renewable electricity generated and interconnecting the markets of Ukraine, Moldova and Romania via free markets. This will be, in my opinion, the second opportunity. And third, I do not exclude indeed the financial sector companies. I do not know about the others, but we, being supported by much larger banking group from Romania, may not exclude such an opportunity as well.
I see. Thank you. We will move to Oleg Sirenko. DCP has recently appointed a dedicated country manager for Moldova and Romania. What made you formalize your Moldovan presence now? And what kind of deals are you sourcing? Moldovan-based companies serving Ukraine or Ukrainian companies with Moldovan operations?
Yeah, thank you, Stella, for the question. So indeed, Diligent Capital hired Christina Hari as the country manager for Moldova, Romania, although it's not that recent. We've been working with her for 2 years in this way or another. And actually, there were 3 reasons to do it. So the decision was really easy to make. All started with our portfolio companies, which had decreasing demand in the east of Ukraine, moving to the west, and suddenly seeing on the map the new markets to the south of the western Ukraine, because historically Ukraine was focused either to the east or to the west, but south and southwest, Moldova, Romania was out of focus. Now it's not. So with these companies our portfolio companies exporting and looking for opportunities for M&A in Moldova, Romania. That was the first reason. Second reason was just opportunities in Moldova itself, because Christina, but also our senior team members had experience in Horizon back in the day with successful investments in Moldova, of course, Purcari, and we just want to repeat such success cases. And then the broader strategy for DCP as a food and agri-focused private equity player. Basically the only one in the region focused on food and agri, despite the fact that the region, the Black Sea region, is one of the largest food producers in the world. So that's our longer-term strategy, which although is quite hard to realize now with all the limitations, and we already mentioned that Ukraine facility from European Commission, for example, it's very restrictive that all the funds is only for Ukraine with only capex in Ukraine. So realizing the regional strategy with LP financing with such restrictions is quite difficult.
I know you have a fund for that targets agribusiness, but what would be the biggest constraints that you see since you started deploying all these funds across the region? A deal flow, maybe the LP risk appetite, maybe war insurance availability. What do you think it's a problem?
Yeah, so the biggest restriction is the LP restrictions, because basically there are different pockets of money on the EC level, on the DFI level, and usually there is no just one pocket for the region. There is something for Ukraine, there is something for Moldova, there is something for EU countries, Romania, Bulgaria, and it's really hard to combine it into the one, making the cross-border deals really difficult. So it's easier just to do Ukraine deal or Moldovan deal, and then maybe there will be some synergy, but not likely. And other restrictions for the cross-border things now is the border itself, because hopefully we will soon join EU, both Ukraine and Moldova, there will be no border. But now there is border, and our portfolio companies which used to export to Moldova now cannot, because Moldova decided to basically ban import of animal feed and certain meat from Ukraine. And now Ukrainian says, okay, then we'll ban the import of wine from Moldova. And I think that's the exactly opposite of what we are trying to achieve between Ukraine and Moldova, but these issues are real, and it makes a signal for Ukrainian company looking into this direction. Do I want to take a risk? Because if UK is buying Ukrainian meat, but somehow it's not good for Moldova, maybe we just export to UK and don't look at Moldova. So that's a real problem. And then on Ukraine level, the work risk insurance, not the availability of it, but the cost of it is just very restrictive, especially towards the more risk regions in the east and the south. The cost can be 5-7% and more per annum, which basically too restrictive, and the entrepreneurs are either not realizing the project there, or they look at the project in the west of the country and decreasing the total number of opportunities.
Thank you. I will continue with Andrian, and we will go through to the final round of the question, which will be short and like with a brief answer. Andrian, the same comes to you. So basically, you capital target established Moldovan companies seeking from $1 to $10 million to scale production or expansion or new export markets. Are you seeing deal flow from companies that are growing specifically because of reconstruction-related opportunities across the border? And does the Ukraine corridor factor into the investment thesis when evaluating a Moldovan business?
Thank you, Stella. And thank you, everyone, for your patience. I'll try to be quick. Full disclosure, I'm also very hungry, so I'll try not to miss the main points. Before I answer your question, Stella, I would like to mention something that I think is critical and important to everyone in the room. Our fund is active right now. We have capital right now. We have a team on the ground that is located in Ukraine and Moldova, and we are actively deal sourcing as we speak. The U Capital Fund was launched by Umayev about a year ago. And we have, like you said, we invest from $1 to $10 million, and our whole portfolio is 50 million. Now, if we look at the Moldova-Ukraine corridor, we don't consider it a risk factor. We rather look at it as a, all good? As a value multiplier. So what I mean by that is, and we see it right now, many companies from Ukraine coming to Moldova as a safe haven to establish their office. Companies are relocating their whole factories to stay in Moldova. Vice versa, Moldovan companies, because the market is too small, access Ukrainian market. We have many cultural things in common, and I'm glad that our fund and the organization is able to do these linkages, and we work actively with companies from our portfolio, from Horizon Capital, to create these connections between the two countries. Another example, you've all seen in the supermarkets a lot of juices from Ukraine. Well, we don't have to compete with each other. Similar things happen in Ukraine. And one example is Orhevit, for example. They're actively selling and they're present in all the major retail chains in Ukraine. So this just proves that there could be synergies. The countries are not competing with each other. We could sell both the same product and still win. And last, so the corridor is not hypothetical. It's real, it's happening, and we are actively involved in trying to make it stronger.
Thank you. So if you will leave the audience today with one answer, how to make Moldova relevant when it comes to reconstruction of Ukraine, what would be that? What would be one idea that you would like to leave the audience to think about and create that relevance of a small but resilient country?
I guess that's the last question. Yeah. 2 minutes, all right. No pressure.
It's not all 2 minutes for you. It's just like
yeah, because I'm looking at the screen. Well, I'm glad that during the last 2 panels, the focus shifted towards people. I think that is very important. And we started talking about macro factors, infrastructure, but at the end of the day, like Karina has mentioned as well, people are the most important asset we have. And this is what we look at. Yes, there are sectors that have potential, logistics, agri-food, those are good, but then from our perspective, how do you choose that company that can capitalize on those opportunities or those trends? And the formula that we use is management, governance, and product fit. So if you have a good product and it's been tested and it works, then we're in. If there's a structure in the company that allows the company to scale, we're in. If there's people that are driven, that are visionary, that want to expand and believe that it's possible to make a great company from Moldova, then we're in. And so at the end of the day, you're basically left only with the execution risk. And this is where we come in. So we are the first capital that the company can receive. If you look at debt financing, it's more of less risk trying to get the interest rate, whereas we want to be exposed to all the risk. So debt financing is not going to help companies structure a contract, a cross-border contract. However, equity does, and we are actively involved to build the company, to structure the company, to build the governance, and prepare the company for the next tier of investor. And that next tier could be a strategic buyer, it could be listing on the Bucharest Stock Exchange, but then again, are there the people that can make this happen? And we've seen in Ukraine, companies, warehouses have been bombed, destroyed, but the company still goes and moves on because it's easy to rebuild, it's easy to find.
Andrian, one idea.
One idea.
Already 33 ideas.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would like to continue, yes. So people, management, governance, and product fit, and then capital will follow. It's easy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the reminder.
Moving back, the same question. So how will we make Moldova relevant? EBRD.
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
What can we do to make Moldova relevant in reconstruction of Ukraine? One thing, one idea that you would leave the audience with.
Well, start investing now, and I think all these cross-border opportunities, and I think it takes the private sector actually to unlock many of those. Usually, the legislative and the national authorities follow suit behind bold ideas. So I think go ahead. I think initiative matters. And by the way, the report is quite revelatory. It has quite a lot of ideas that could be rather implementable, rather bankable.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
I have one idea, not one outcome. We need to go deeper into these Ukraine facility opportunities, because Moldova is nowadays listed in the Article 11, so eligible for all procurement and grants. But at the same time, I think there is a room to actually define the current scope also with European Commission. So we are ready to initiate this dialogue on a working level, so that in the shortest time Moldovan companies could submit to the blended finance from European eligible institutions like IFIs, DFIs, because now we do not see any restriction for that. As for the business school, it's also additional, I think, opportunity to discuss with the European Commission. But when we come to them, we need to show that there is some subject for discussion, because there is projects on the plate, and that's also a matter of discussing between Moldovan and Ukrainian stakeholders on all levels.
Thank you.
One idea, maybe a bit unorthodox, but the war is still going. Reconstruction will be after, and one industry which is relatively easy to start now is defense tech. Rainmetal CEO said that Ukrainian housewives are making drones, so I believe Moldovan housewives can make drones as well.
Can't wait to see that.
And that's the industry where you don't need the billions of dollars of investments to start. You can start small. You have a huge market next door. You have a growing market in the Middle East. There is a lot of restrictions in EU countries on this industry, and Moldova not being part of EU yet can be actually a benefit here to capitalize on defense tech and contribute to Ukrainian victory while also creating a new industry for Moldovan economy.
Thank you.
In my opinion, Moldova is already relevant, just it has to understand its relevance. And I would see it more as a bridge. And I have very regional view on this reconstruction. So next door to Moldova is a very mature and strong economy of Romania, which last year already reached 500 billion euros in GDP. That's the powerhouse which could be used and connected to Ukraine. If we look from Romanian perspective, I consider myself a Romanian right now, beyond Moldova or even beyond Romanian border is terra incognita. Yeah, so until the war started in Ukraine, there was very little economic and cultural contact between Romania and Ukraine. And it still remains a challenge. It is a cultural one, linguistic one, and whatever you can imagine. And Moldova and Moldovans have a unique opportunity to link those two big markets, because they do better understand the culture and how things are happening in Ukraine. There is better linguistic connection than between Romanians and Ukrainians, and this is the unique opportunity for Moldova to become relevant, given its size and the population.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting panel. I'm sure all the panelists will put their effort to make sure that Moldova stays relevant, and hopefully we will meet in half a year, in 1 year, and we will follow up on all these questions that are still, some of them, open questions. Thank you.